Hello, welcome. How's it going? Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. We're back, we're live. I'm still reeling. I'm still recovering from Robinson's Requiem. We're over, we're done with it. It's a post Robinson's Requiem world. I don't know what to do with myself. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Let's just play a new game. Just keep trucking along. Dana, welcome. Left Empty, welcome. Beautiful Kermit Comfy. Biffraction, Pocket Raptors, welcome. Beautiful Skeletons. Magic Imp, welcome. Alonre, welcome. I should have put a mummy emote. Good call, Magic Imp. I wasn't thinking. I missed an opportunity. C:\\, welcome. Thank you for the resub. 5 months. It's a lot of support. Thank you. SGBU, welcome. Sam Hind, welcome. Infinity Issue, welcome. Duckenmeyer, welcome. Cadis, welcome. Samson. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We did finish Robinson's Requiem, Cadis. Yes. A wonderful game. A marvelous, transcendental experience. It was pretty freaking cool. I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed Robinson's Requiem. It was kind of appropriate, yeah. The ending cinematic just froze. Like, what? Whatever, whatever. You survived. We're gonna play a new game. We gotta play Mystery of the Mummy. Look at this. Look at this box art. This is garbage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta turn my attitude around. This is a cool box art. This is an adventure game, point and click adventure, released on the Amiga, released on the Atari ST, released on DOS, released on Commodore 64 as well. Developed, created in Germany, and then I think it was only released in Europe, according to Mopey Games, but they're not always correct. The reason I say this box art's garbage, it looks pretty cool. Like, I like the style, I like the painting, it looks nice, there's mystery, intrigue, it's some foggy city streets at night, a girl in a dress, and a dark figure. Is that the mummy? I hope so. Now, the reason I say this box art's trash is because this is the original box art. It's got this very cool water paint style. Dude, look how cool this looks. I mean, granted, this doesn't really convey anything about the game, but it's a cool painting. You got car, you have man, and you have woman. Car, man, woman. What else do you need? Yeah, this was originally called Bozuma, Deutsches Kriminalspiel. I don't know what Bozuma means, but German criminal game? Detective game? Oh, she is riding a horse. Yeah, horse butt. Part number 4. To any good painting. Car, man, woman, horse butt. The guy it all. We're going to be playing this one, Mystery of the Mummy. This is the version that's in English. This is the version we shall play. Yeah. Let's turn the box over. Let's start getting into it. Oh, dude, this looks so cool. I've had this game on my 2 playlist for ages now. Ages. I think I just saw the box art somewhere, the German one, and it just instantly like stuck in my brain. It's like, oh, gotta play it. Box art's cool, gotta play it. Hamburg, 1912, Eister Hotel. A certain Herr Ravensburg urgently presses you to accept his offer of employment. It's regarding a curious, missing mummy. The task presented wakes your interest. You will solve the case and unravel the mystery. 186 places and people. An old timer, complete with chauffeur. What? Various action sequences and antique style graphics. One of the features in the game advertised on the packaging is, and I quote, An old timer complete with chauffeur. What does that mean? What? I'm excited to find out. Hey, Comsun, welcome. Oh, nice. You play this on the C64. Cool. Yeah, we're going to be playing the Amiga version. The screenshots here from the Atari ST version. I tested both of them. The reason we're going with the Amiga instead of the ST is because the Amiga had a cool little musical ditty on the title screen. The ST did not. So we're going with the Amiga version. Have you played the Ancient DOS Dracula game? It's like an ASCII board game. I have not, no. I have not. Kind of sounds like, was it Sleuth, I think it was called? Kind of like an ASCII form of Clue. But that's not a Dracula game. Interesting. Genre, welcome. 186 places and people could mean 180 screens and 6 people. It could. Or 180 people and 6 screens. So yeah, this doesn't really tell us anything about the game. Looking at the screenshots, we can see a little wooden carriage in the top left. Elephant. I like elephant. In the middle, I think that's like a needle, a syringe, a hand holding a needle. In the bottom right, some sort of train sequence. So this is going to be, my understanding, a very slow-paced detective mystery. Lots of reading involved. Lots of pointing and clicking. You can kind of see, you can get hints of the interface on these screenshots here. It's all icon-driven, mouse-driven interface. You click the buttons to do the things. And we have to find the missing mummy? Stop the mummy? Maybe the mummy's alive and cursing people? Maybe it's not a fantasy and maybe it's just like a historical artifact mummy? I don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to figure it out. It looks cool though. The awesome German box art. There it is again. Beautiful. The back of this has a couple different screenshots we can take a peek at. Oh, a couple different, yeah. I think the description's a bit different as well. Probably. You got your old-timey carriage in the top left, big fancy house in the middle left, some scenic landscape in the top right, a man in the bottom left, just, pictures of this and that. Yeah, British Museum is heroically liberating a mummy. Exactly. It's the right attitude. They probably did take pictures of a monitor. It's always interesting to see and read about how old-timey, how they used to get screenshots of games back in the days before it was just easily available to get a capture card or something like that. These were 1988. So yeah, game looks pretty cool. Let's look at the manual. Bing! We must read about game before we play game. So the manual immediately opens up with this. Just lists of names in a font I can barely read and numbers. That's good. Good. Ooh, a hamburger. Filling station. Jeweler. So this is like a phone book, an in-universe phone book / address book. We can use it to look up numbers. I guess everybody just has a 5-digit phone number. This is their street address. This is the name. So during the course of our investigation, we're going to have to refer to this phone book frequently to call specific people or perhaps pay them a visit. Or there's a lot of names here. There's different restaurants. We can go to the Oyster. Again, I can barely read this font. That's probably going to cause some issues, but we'll deal with those. Cool car. Mystery of the Mummy. The date It's the 14th of April 1912, a sunny Sunday morning. The place is Hamburg, the most important port of the whole German Empire. We're in our private quarters at the Inter Hotel. Nice weather here. We're lucky with our holiday. Wilhelm, the devoted driver and comrade with a round face and cunningly shining eyes, remarks. What luxury! First I'll have a bath, then a rest, and after lunch I'll visit an exhibition. Tonight I will attend a concert. The shrill ringing of the telephone wakes Wilhelm from his dreams. The porter's on the line. Mr. Ravensburg urgently wants to speak with us. Well, if it doesn't take too long, he can come up. Morosely, Wilhelm puts down the receiver with more force than is necessary. A few minutes later, a portly man who looks approximately 50 years old enters the room. Out of his bloated face, two strangely glistening eyes look at us with curiosity. He seats himself down, waiting in vain for us to pour him a drink. Then, after a pause, he begins his narration. Gentlemen, please do not be offended by my intrusion, but it is of great importance to me that I see you. It all began on the 12th of June, 1884, when an expedition to Cameroon began to explore the inner countries of our new colonies and to search for old African cultures. This expedition was led by the world-famous Professor Grevelius. My father was a scientific collaborator on this expedition. So, that's 28 years? Okay, so it's 1912 at the moment. The guy's telling us about something that happened 28 years prior. Okay, I established a timeline and dates immediately. On the 17th of August, the Tomb Master, Prince Albert, sailed into the port of Douala. A few days later, the group, consisting of 20 German men and 50 local bearers, was on its way to the Lake Direm, situated 400 kilometers to the west. Until then, this district was known only by the local, orally spread tales. Thus, the German government had given orders to explore and record it cartographically. During the journey, Professor Grevelius discovered a cave grave containing a mummy. The professor took the mummy, intending to give it to the Institute of Ethnology in Hamburg for the public to see. However, the local bearers refused to carry it, as they were afraid of arousing the wrath of the gods. It took much time to persuade them to take the mummy to port. However, the apprehensions of the bearers proved not to be totally unfounded when, sometime later, several members of the expedition fell ill with malaria and had to return to Germany. Professor Grevelius also fell ill and conferred the control of the expedition to my father and instructed him to take the mummy to Germany. Shortly after his return to Hamburg, my father met with the director of the Egyptian Museum of Berlin, who was planning a special exhibition. He asked my father to lend him the mummy for the duration of the exhibition. Knowing that the exhibition would last for 2 months only, my father consented to the wishes of his colleague. Unfortunately, the mummy, along with several other exhibits, was stolen shortly before the close of the exhibition. Although the mummy's material worth was comparably small, my father never recovered from this blow. Only a collector would be interested in that mummy. Yesterday I discovered an announcement in the newspaper Hamburger Morgenblatt. I'm gonna butcher a lot of these German pronunciations. So, apologies in advance. I took a couple years of German class back in high school, which is many, many long years ago, so I don't remember any of it. But anyway, let's get back to butchering. Yesterday I discovered an announcement in the newspaper Hamburger Morgenblatt from the Ammermann and Company auction house, declaring that an important African mummy is to be put up for auction. I have come to beg you to discover if this is my father's mummy. I will pay you, in advance, the sum of 100 Reichmarks. After a pause, I spoke. Still have a question, Mr. Ravensburg. Why do you call on us? We are a lawyer's office, not a private detective's office. I know that, sir, but I am of the opinion that the case should rest in your hands. I heard of your great success in the Weisgerber case. Is this game a sequel? Wilhelm's anger began slowly to rise with the presence of this obtrusive guest. He thinks about the slowly cooling water in the bathtub. Why don't you take the case into your own hands, as you are so convinced of its banality? Gentlemen, you are both aware that my interest lies in this mummy only as a keepsake for my father, irrespective of its small value. Therefore, I beg you to act as my negotiator at the forthcoming auction. Your first task will be to find out if this mummy is the one I search for. Please do as I ask and inform me as to the result of your investigations. Very well, we answer with resignation, but we must go to Munich on Thursday. The auction will begin earlier. If anything is settled, we'll inform you in time. There's the backstory. So we're playing as lawyers? They haven't established our character that we're playing as. We're just us. Wilhelm is our driver and comrade. Just hanging out at the hotel when the man just calls us, info dumps, and then leaves. Okay? Good stuff. Mystery of the Mummy is a complex German criminal adventure. Program's totally controlled with a menu. Following items are all part of the program. Discs, one map of Hamburg. One telephone and address book include a set of instructions. Due to the massive data involved, which is necessary for this game, it may sometimes be necessary to reload the program. You can save at any time, etc., etc. Have you ever been drunk enough to steal a mummy? Not in a long time. Sounds fun. Geki Zenbu, welcome. The background story of the Mystery of the Mummy takes place in Hamburg, the most famous port of the German Empire, in the year 1912. The harbor surroundings and the atmospheric and cultural sceneries are all a reflection of this fascinating city. And this is where the crime took place, the crime which you must solve. The game gives you several aids to help you unravel the mystery. For your support, there's Wilhelm, your chauffeur. He will safely take you to the 186 places in the city. That's a lot of places. In your hotel room, you may use the telephone with which you can gain valuable information. Several restaurants provide you with the pleasures in life. Explore Hamburg. You have 5 exciting days. Netkiller TV, welcome. How's it going? We're just reading the manual here. We're gotta learn about the game before we play the game. Besides the normal adventure, there are several action sequences which bring about some changes in the game. For example, you have to salvage important exhibits from the bottom of the lake. You can also play around in the laboratory. You get information regarding criminological exhibits, blood and poison proofs, etc. in the library. You will find the necessary chemicals in the chemist shop. Oh, wow. Action scenes. Action sequences. There weren't any screenshots of the action sequences. Oh, I wonder what these are like. Game preparations. You have beside the program discs a map of Hamburg dated 1912. This will make orientation easier. Every building on the map has a number which corresponds to the number in the address book. Each number is unique. The address and telephone book contain the names of all the inhabitants with addresses and, where appropriate, the telephone number. To get to the chosen place, you need only input the appropriate number of the house, shop, building, institution, etc. What the heck is this? A German advertisement for Palma? Are these in-universe ads? I hope I don't need to read this. It's freaking German. That map, by the way, here it is. This is a map of Hamburg, 1912. It's just numbers. It's just numbers. The manual did not lie. Make it even bigger. It's just numbers. I've never been to Hamburg. If this looks like Hamburg, well, I guess they got it right. But it's just numbers. You can see the numbers correspond to like plots of land or different buildings. And they go from left to right, from top to bottom. Okay, the very top left is 1, then going to the right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc., etc. Starting at 1 at the top left, 186 on the bottom right. So these are the different building numbers. We cross-reference that with the phone book here, because you can see in the phone book there's all these different numbers: 133, 135, 25, 95, 39, etc., etc., to find out who lives where we want to go, who we want to call, and so on and so on. It's good, cool stuff. I like this sort of thing. Having to cross-reference multiple different documents just to do something simple in the game. It makes sense. Where were we? Loading. Skip all this. Oh, the menu. What are these? You probably couldn't pronounce the street names either. You got a good point, Pocket Raptors. So these are the menu icons. Now, I booted this game up last night, and surprise, these menu icons in the manual do not match the ones in the game, which is pretty cool. I think these are pictures of the Commodore 64 icons, and you can kind of tell what's supposed to be what. It's not too difficult to put together, but they don't match. The menu. The first point of the menu, you find the commands for moving, along with some special commands. So house, arrow to house is move. Go from one place to another. Makes sense. Man into car gets you into the car. Man out of car gets you out of the car. Pretty straightforward. Bed is to take a nap. You may only use this command in your hotel room. If you use it, yourself and Wilhelm will lie down to sleep. You must enter the number of hours you wish to sleep for. After this time, the porter will wake you up. Okay. Man with lines. This command is followed by entry into a chosen place on foot. Obviously, this takes longer than going by car. Therefore, you should only use this command to move to places which are beside each other. You'll find the number of the place you want to go in the address book. Okay, makes sense. Sometimes you want to walk by foot, sometimes you want to travel by car. After having chosen this command, you're asked for the place you want to go to. The number of the place corresponds to the number of the house. You may only use this command while using the car. After click ling on this symbol, 10 minutes game time will go by. So this is pretty straightforward. You know, the car does car things. The clock, the stopwatch, the hourglass, that's what it's called, advances time. The second point of the menu puts together the commands which are necessary for getting statements from people. Okay, voice, speech box, speech bubble is for talking. With this command, you can ask a person who is in the room about another person. To do this, you have to enter the first name and the surname. A vowel with an umlaut, 2 vertical dashes above it, should have an E added behind it. Because we don't have to type umlauts, thank goodness. The fawn and D in the name should not be included. Here a person's asked for alibi for a certain time period. You can ask for an alibi beginning Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening. You can ask back in time until the evening of the day before. This means that on Sunday, the kickoff day, you can ask for an alibi for Saturday evening, not before. Choose with the cursor keys. Okay. So it seems like the dialogue system entails asking people about other people or asking people about time periods for their alibis. It seems pretty simple. If those are the only 2 interactions we can have, that's not too confusing. After many text messages, the chauffeur Wilhelm asks you if you'd like to make notes. If you answer with Y, J, the Commodore 64 version, notes are made in your notebook. These notes can be used afterwards at the end of the game as material proof. We can delete the notebook. We can review the notes. What the heck is this? The third point of the menu is for dealing with objects. What? The box up, down, squiggle line. That's the object menu. Okay, box up with man is pick up an object. You may carry around several objects at once. Put down an object. Use. Okay, squiggle equals use, obviously. And then Atari 2600 lights. With this command, you can show an object to another person. This also acts as a possible answer to a question from Commissioner Vontkin. Oh dear. Okay, so we can interact with people in 3 ways. Ask them about other people, ask them about the time, what they were doing, and show them objects. Good stuff. The fourth point of the menu is for the examination of places and objects. What the heck? Checkerboard? With this option, you can obtain information regarding your current position, examine an object, either a picture or description of the object will appear. And then the fifth point of the menu is for telephoning, but only from the hotel room. After this, you must enter the telephone number you wish to dial, look up numbers in the phone book, stop phoning. Okay, so most of these icons are pretty straightforward. And fairly intuitive. But again, the icons in the manual will not match the icons in the game. Just wait. It'll be a nice surprise. Disk is save. Arrow to the disk is save. Arrow to the disk is load. Oh dear. That's not confusing. This arrow should be pointing away from the disk to load the game. I'm gonna get so confused and accidentally save when I want to load, or vice versa. Okay, that's fine. As a German speaker, you can't do worse than Macaw. Thank you. I'll do my best. With this era of Germany had a fascination with statistics, so the map of Hamburg might be of the era. Cool. Yeah, I like this icon, all the different icons. Interesting how they save the game. They're calling it a score instead of like a save file, but whatever. I don't even know if this game has score. The game. Sunday, 14th April 1912, around 9 a.m. We're in our hotel room near the Ulster, together with our friend, chauffeur Wilhelm. A certain Mr. Robensberg wants us to find out more about a special mummy. The Sunday issue of the Hamburger Morgenpost contains a very interesting article. It tells us that there's a mysterious secret surrounding this mummy. It also becomes clear that other people are extremely interested in this mummy. The following days bring an exciting development in the form of a crime. This requires caution and all the resources that you have at your disposal. You have until Thursday evening, 6 p.m. to solve this crime. Then, you must meet with Mr. Robensberg again. Commissioner Vontkin will also be present, and he will ask you 16 questions, which you must answer, referring to statements and proofs. See end of the game. Okay. Special areas in the game. Diving. In this exciting sequence with superb sound, you plunge into the freezing cold waters of the Ulster, where 2 important exhibits are thought to be lying. For diving, you need special clothes which you can find in the city. Underwater, you must escape the dangers and find the exhibits. Dude, I'm excited. In the laboratory, you can experiment in the laboratory to obtain proofs. You must find out the corresponding ways of experimentation in the library. You find the necessary chemicals in the chemist shop in the city. When you have all you need, go to the laboratory. You're on your way. Oh dear. No, wait, no, okay. I got a little bit scared for a second. So the laboratory is a 3-step process. Step 1, go to the library to read about the different experiments we can perform. Step 2, visit the chemist shop to acquire the necessary chemicals to perform said experiments. Step 3, go to the laboratory and do the experiments to obtain the proofs. Okay. Further special areas. As well as the above mentioned special areas, there are other interesting places all over the city. For example, you can visit the opera, or listen to Conrad Röntgen's explanation about the mummy. Further information can be obtained with the help of Detective Lux. With him, you can observe every building. You receive an observation report from him the next day. Don't forget the Hamburger Morgen Post newspaper, which appears each morning. End of the game. At the latest, at 6 p.m. Thursday evening, you must visit Mr. Robinsberg's. Commissioner Vonkin will be there and will ask you 16 questions which you must answer. You can answer in any of the following ways. Show statements in your notebook, show objects, or mention names. If you answer all questions correctly, Commissioner Vonkin will be satisfied and will take you to see the head of crime. This man will tell you whole story and end any further uncertainty. Tips and tricks. The client is paying you. Newspapers report about things you normally wouldn't hear about. Eat in restaurants. ... There are no public telephone boxes. Cars need petrol. Take care of yourself. Sometimes waiting is better. Take advantage of cultural offers. You have 5 days to solve the mystery. Be on time for Mr. Robinsberg. And finally, remember where you parked the car when you go by foot. Alright, that's that. And now it's French. And now it can't load. So it looks pretty good. Looks pretty cool. I'm going to have to leave this open because we're going to have to be referring to this a lot. So I have no idea what like the actual gameplay is going to be like. I booted this game up and messed around for about 1 second. I was like, okay, good, it works. Quit. Let's start playing it. Let's go. Le menu. What does that mean? Mummy Brown. Gross. I don't want to eat mummy. Game. Mystery of the Mummy. Where is game? Game? There's game. Hey, puzzle, welcome. Hold your fire, welcome. We're just getting started. We're probably going to have to take extensive notes. Amiga DOS. Beautiful. Because at the moment... well, we don't really know anything yet. I suspect Time Warp, that's the developers. Mystery of the Mummy. I suspect it's going to be a game of multiple playthroughs. And first things first, we're just going to kind of fumble around until time runs out and see if we can learn what the different questions are that we are asked. So that way we can then try to figure out the answers to those questions. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's it. That's the music. That's all we got. And we're into the game. Alright, start the timer. It's the 14th of April, 1912. A sunny Sunday morning. We're at the Inter Hotel in Hamburg, where the most important part of the German Empire lies. I click the mouse to advance the text by one line, by the way. Nice weather. We're lucky with our holiday. Wilhelm, the devoted driver and comrade, with the round face and the cunningly shining eyes, remarks. What a comfort. First I'll have a bath, and then rest. After lunch I'll visit an exhibition. In the evening I'll go to a concert. This seems like the exact same story as in the manual, just reworded. The shrill ringing of the telephone wakes Wilhelm from his dreams. The porter's on the line, tells us that Mr. Ravensburg urgently wants to speak with us. Well, if it does not take too long, he may come up. Morosely, Wilhelm bangs the receiver onto the cradle. A few moments later, a portly man, who looks about 50 years old, enters the room. Out of his bloated face, two strangely shining eyes look at us with curiosity. He seats himself, waiting for us in vain. To serve him a drink, he slowly begins his narration. Gentlemen, please do not be offended at my disturbance, but it is of great importance to me to see you. All began on the 12th of June, 1884, and we started an expedition. We started an expedition to Cameroon to explore the inner counties of our new colonies and to search for old African cultures. This expedition was led by the world-famous Professor Grevelius. I should probably make note of that name. In fact, we're going to immediately begin taking notes. This is going to be a heavy note game. I can feel it. Let's get Google tab. We're doing it digital. Professor Golvelius. Professor Gravelius. My father was a scientific collaborator on this expedition. 17th of August, the two master, Prince Albert, sailed into the port of Douala. I think that's a ship? A few days later, the group, consisting of 20 German men, 50 local bearers, were on their way to the Lake Dierim, which was situated 250 miles to the west. Until then, the Lake District was known by oral local tales only, thus the German government gave orders to explore and record it cartographically. During the journey, Professor Grevelius discovered a cave grave with a mummy. While he was on expeditionary reconnaissance, the professor took the mummy, intending to give it to the Institute of Ethnology in Hamburg for the public to see. The local bearers declared it to be a mummy of the Bozumas. They refused to carry it because they feared to arouse the wrath of the gods. It took a long time to persuade them to carry the mummy to the port. The beliefs of the bearers seemed to come true when, sometime later, several members of the expedition fell ill with malaria and had to return to Germany. Professor Grevelius also fell ill. He handed over the control of the expedition to my father and instructed him to take the mummy to Germany. Shortly after his return to Hamburg, my father met with the director of the Egyptian Museum of Berlin, who was planning a special exhibition, African colonies. He asked for my father to lend him the mummy for the duration of the exhibition. Knowing that the exhibition would last for only 2 months, my father consented to the wish of his colleague. Unfortunately, the mummy and several other exhibits were stolen shortly before the end of the exhibition. My father never recovered from the loss, although the mummy's material worth was comparably small. Only a collector would have been interested in this mummy. Yesterday I discovered an announcement from the Ammermann and Company auction house in the newspaper Hamburg Morgenbote. An imported African mummy would be put up for auction. I have come to beg you to find out if it's my father's mummy. In advance, I'll pay you the sum of 100 Reichsmark. There are still some open questions, Mr. Ravensburg. Why did you call on us? We're a lawyer's office. I keep like instinctually hitting the mouse wheel on my mouse to try and scroll this text. No, this is an Amiga game. I need to click the button. We are a lawyer's office, not a private detective's. I know, but I'm of the opinion that the case should be in your hands. I heard of your great success in the Weisgerberg case. Wilhelm's anger began to rise at the presence of this obtrusive guest. He starts thinking of the cooling water in the bathtub. Why don't you take the case into your own hands, since you are convinced of its banality? Well, you know how much I care for the mummy, disregarding its small value as a keepsake for my father. Therefore, I want you to act as my negotiator at the auction. Your first task will be to find out if the mummy is the one for which I search. Please inform me of the results of your investigation. All right, we answer with resignation, but we have to go to Munich on Thursday. The auction will begin earlier. So far, everything is settled. We will inform you in time. Press return. Hey, Schubert, welcome. Bootblacking, welcome. Any mummy collectors in the chat? I hope not. They might be cursed. Now, we did finish Robinson's Requiem, yes. It was incredible. A marvelous game. We made it all the way to the end. Please type your name. Beal. Okay. Look at the graphics, man. Like the sepia tone. Okay, let's slow the mouse cursor down. Here we go. Sunday, April 14, 1912. Inter Hotel, an der Alster 37. So this is our address. The Alster was the name of a river. 37 is the number of the building that we're in. That's our hotel. Ravensburg says goodbye and leaves. Well, Wilhelm says. And that's it. We play the game from here. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. Doge hype is back. Burnished inaugural. Be gone. Doge hype is back. It's been like a year since I've seen Doge hype. Retro Brindo, welcome. Moowear, welcome. Make Mummy Brown. I don't want to make Mummy Brown. It's disgusting. So here we are. We're just playing the game. This is how we just play the game. So again, the icons here are not the same as in the manual. They are ever so slightly different. Text box makes sense. Save. Telephone. Magnifying glass. Box. And house to house. So I should probably immediately make a note that, oh dear, Firefox is struggling. We are in the hotel on der Alster 37. So we can find our way back to the hotel. In-game time doesn't seem to pass. It's currently clock o'clock. What's that, 9:10 in the morning? So 10 minutes passed during the little intro sequence. Nina 1 backstabbed us? No, no, we escaped safely with our space girlfriend. We safely escaped with our space girlfriend. She was really, truly into us. Is the clock moving? No, it's not. Okay, so we're in the hotel. We just have to play the game. What do we do? Click the box. Pick up an object. Cannot take things here. Have nothing with us. You have nothing with you. Nothing with you, okay. Well, let's investigate this room. We are in our hotel room. Have nothing with us, okay. We can ask someone who's in our room about another person. Who would you like to ask Wilhelm about? Let's ask him about Ravensburg. First name? What was his first name? Do I have to... Oh my god. He's just Mr. He never told us his first name. He's just Mr. I'm looking at the manual. He's just Mr. Mr. Let me look it up. Perhaps what we're meant to do is look in the manual here. Ravensburg Rudolph. His name is Rudolph. I know you can't really read that on screen. I can try and make it a bit bigger. Rudolph Ravensburg. His address is street number 84, and there's his phone number. So let's ask about Rudolph Ravensburg. I know no more than you, says Wilhelm, shrugging his shoulders. Oh, thank you. What's this again? There are no notes. Oh, that's right. Delete notes, take notes, ask someone for their alibi. Where were you on Saturday morning? I think you're totally cracked up now, says Wilhelm and laughs. Would you like to make a note? No. So time is passing. Minutes seem to pass with every action we take. I don't know what to do. We gotta investigate the mummy. Okay, think like a detective, I suppose. So the mummy got stolen directly from the museum. Let's see if we can travel to the museum and investigate the scene of the crime. I assume the theft is the main crime we're interested in. Where is the museum? Maybe it's under M for museum. Murder Commission. It's not a museum. The Egyptian Museum of Berlin. Well, we're in Hamburg. We're not in Berlin. So we might not be able to visit the museum. We could visit the auction house, Ammerman and Company auction house, and ask them about the mummy. The tips and tricks said to find and read the newspaper as well. So Ammerman and Company auction house. That's not listed here in the phone book. We have a bar we can visit. That's right, the mummy was in the museum 30 years ago. And then it got... Wait, but did the theft take place 30 years ago and now it's just now resurfacing at the auction house? I'm a little bit unclear about the timeline. Cemetery Chemical Institute, different churches. All right, welcome to the stream. We're reading a phone book. This is the phone book reading stream. We got dentists, Detective Lux. The manual said we can utilize the efforts of the detective to like case or scout out locations for us. But until we find points of interest, there's no reason to do that. Grocery. I don't know what this word is. Colonial Varin. Reading the phone book. Elba in quotations. I don't know what that means. We can call him. Faber and Grundig. Fine tobaccos. Nice. Fisher's filling station. Forensic Medical Institute. That's probably going to be important. General store. 2 different general stores. Okay. Gravelius. Edelbert von Gravelius. Is this the same guy? Wait, is that the same guy? I wonder if that's Professor Gravelius. Because we were never given his name. This could be the professor who headed the research expedition, so we might want to check him out. A Moosey Fate welcome. We already read through the manual, but this is one of those games where you have to really dig into it. We literally have done nothing in the game. I'm just reading the phone book. Okay, we need to find the newspaper and see how to read the newspaper. Redaction / editorial, archives, they've got different buildings we can visit. Harbor Authority, Harbor Chemists, the Harbor West, Harbor Hospital. What am I looking for again? The auction house, the auction house. Jeweler, different hotels. Okay, this is the hotel that we're in right here. Interhotel, on der Alster 37. There's one other hotel we could visit as well, the Harbor Hotel. Yimmel. Institutes of Forensic Medicine, Ethnology, Chemistry. Ironmongers? Multiple different mongers of iron? Cool. Jeweler. What is Riosts? Kiosks. Kiosks? Are those kiosks? Dude, I can't freaking read this text. Oh, this is good. Okay, just names. Lair. Library. Library, that's always important. Madame Dubois. Just reading the phone book. The Murder Commission. The Opera. Okay, police. I'm not seeing this auction house. Central Station, Post Office. There's the private detective again. Prison. Okay, so the same person's listed, or people are listed multiple times throughout the phone book here. Presumably to help you find them a little bit easier. The Rat House. What is this letter? That's an S. Okay, sure. Slaughterhouse. Tobaccos. Variety Ramioff. What? Wolf. Peter. Peter and the Wolf. Alright, I didn't see the the auction house anywhere. The professor took the mummy, intending to give it to the Institute of Ethnology in Hamburg. Wait, wait, wait. Shortly after his return to Hamburg, my father met with the director of the Egyptian Museum. Ammerman and Company Auction House. Ammerman. Okay, I don't know. Nelson was 5'4". His statue on top of the column in London is 18 feet. That's her ratio of about 3 to 1. Thank you, Baines. Beautiful. A fractal chart? I might need to use that. Let's open that link up. I struggle with this font. It looks cool. I don't know what I'm reading. Cool, thank you. Keep that open. So how do we play this game? What am I doing? Let's go somewhere. Time is passing. Okay, time is passing in real time. So while I was reading the phone book, like 10 minutes passed in game without me clicking. Let's go from place to place. Man leave car, man enter car, man sleep in bed, pastime. While in car, travel to place, walk to place. Man enter car. Oh, look at our meters. Okay, we have a money meter, we have a cutlery meter, we have a pitcher meter, and a bed meter. I assume that's funds, hunger, thirst, and sleep. Okay, so we're in the car. Let's just travel to... Well, where to? I don't freaking know. Where do we want to go? Let's go to the Institute of Ethnology. (101). Oh! Okay, let's go to 101. Okay. We'll leave the car. Insert disc 2. Look at this guy. We enter the foyer of the Institute. After a while, we find the room Professor Stuckroth's corpse was found. What? There's a murder? I didn't... Okay. There's a game in this game. Notes, 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 notes. Professor Stuckroth's body was found at the Institute of Ethnology. So I feel like what we're going to have to do is begin establishing like a timeline of events. There's just so much to learn. Like, I don't even know where to begin at the moment. Are we investigating this murder now? Are we investigating the theft of the mummy? Perhaps they're related. I didn't even know there was a murder. Maybe I was supposed to read the newspaper back at the hotel, and I just missed out on that. We have a name here and a body, so that's important. Stuckroth's. When the door opens, the policeman starts up from his seat. When he sees us, he murmurs with relief, "Thank God, I already thought." As soon as he recovers, he cries, "Stop! Nobody's allowed to get in here. Go away." When we refer to our acquaintances with the police president, the cop becomes friendlier and inquires why we're here. I don't know. Why am I here? Look at the room. We're inside the Institute building. The portraits of great scientists despisingly look at us from the walls. And the height of the rooms ensure that we speak in whispers only. I like the text already. This is good. Any objects in here? No. Any objects to take? Oh, there's two things to take. What are the what's oh, the mummy. Wait, the mummy. I found it. Cut that out, shouts the policeman who's been watching us suspiciously. Okay, we were able to take the cigarette stub, but we can't do anything with that mummy. So this is take object, this is drop object, show object to person, and use object. It's no good to you here. So I assume the cigarette butt is a piece of circumstantial evidence. Oh, dude, time is passing. Oh, man. A piece of evidence we may need to analyze in the laboratory. So this is look at stuff. We can't look at the dead body? I guess we need to ask the guy about the body. Ask about person, surname, Stuckroths, first name, checking the manual. It just says ALB. There's two Stuckroths. Two Stuckroths. Albert, I assume ALB. I wonder if the game accepts ALB. Oh, dude, I'm clicking back into the game and it interprets my click as execute the command. Okay, ask Stuckroths Albert. Not entitled to give you any additional information. Ask Stuckroths Alba. No? Okay, so the policeman doesn't want to give us any information. Is the body still in the room with us? Very confusing. So again, the only ways we can interact with the world: look at the room we're in, look at the objects we're carrying. Oh, let's investigate the cigarette stump. Okay. Portraits look at us despisingly. We speak in whispers. So we can look. We can use objects. Let's show this man the cigarette butt. I can't say anything about that. Okay. We're getting nowhere with him. But we did find a cigarette butt. It's Albert Stuckroth. Found a cigarette butt on the floor of the institute where his body was? Is? It's kind of unclear. Is there a dead body just in the middle of the room with us? Alright, let's go somewhere else. That seems to be all we can do here. Because I don't have names to ask this man about. Let's pay a visit to Stuckroth's home. Now in the manual, we're going to be pulling up this a lot. I know you can't really read it either. We have a phone number, we have an address number 1, meaning she's ultra important. So let's drive to number 1 and see what we can find there. Enter car. Destination 1. Okay, the meters go down. We're getting thirstier. We're hungry. Time passes. Let's leave the car. Whoa! Langenfelderstrasse. After we had waited for a short time, the servant leads us to the lounge where Mrs. Stuckroth boldly sits on the sofa. What do you want from me? She asks weakly. Mrs. Stuckroth. Check out this cigarette butt. Let's look at the room first. Mrs. Stuckroth sits on the sofa. In front of her stands a half-empty bottle of whiskey in a glass. We take it? No. Object, take. We can't take her whiskey. Let's show her the cigarette butt. Can't say anything about that. Let's ask her about her husband, Frau Stuckroth. Lisette Stuckroth begins to sob heavily. Okay, we got her name. I need to figure out how to organize my notes. Lisette Stuckroth is Albert's wife. Knowing people's names is important so we can ask other people about them. I have no idea who could have done such a thing. My husband was such a good-hearted man. Why? I'd like to note this statement. I don't think we need to note that. So when did... Who killed... When... Am I investigating a murder or a mummy? We need to see if the mummy for sale at the auction is legitimately the same one that the guy who hired us' father procured. How do we go about that? We need to gain access to the mummy or the auction house, but I don't... we don't really have any other names to ask her about. Well, we can ask her about what's his face. The guy what hired us. What was his name again? Ravensburg? Rudolph Ravensburg. No. I don't know the name. I still can't think. Please, leave me alone. I think she's too distraught to really help us. We're honor bound to solve any mummy-related murders. You're probably right, yeah. Everything rests on our shoulders here. What were you doing Saturday evening, huh? Did you kill your husband? I was at home when the police came. Lisette Stuckroth breaks down in tears. Where were you in the afternoon? I did some shopping. Where were you in the morning? In the morning I was at home. Okay. Alright, so she's all distraught. We've learned nothing about the dead man. I didn't even know there was a dead man. How do we read the newspaper? Let's see if we can find and read a newspaper. I mean, in theory, yes, we want to take notes in our notebook so we can present them as evidence. I don't even know what crime we're gonna be, or what questions we're gonna be asked. Like, I thought this was the mummy. Are we going to have to solve this murder? Surely, sure we have to solve all the crimes. Every crime, every crime. So we need to do what? I don't freaking know. Let's hop in the car. Bye. And let's pick a place to go. Maybe we can ask the murder police about the death of Stuckroth. Let's head to the murder police. We could probably call them instead of travel there. Save quite a bit of time. But we can only call them from the hotel. So since we're already out and about, let's keep going out and about. Murder commissions at 85. Travel to 85. Exit the car. The door leading from the entrance hall into the main hall is locked. The commission of murder is locked. Okay, well, so much for that. Back in the car. Travel. Where are we going? Should we go to the opera? Get some food? Go to prison? The town hall? Newspaper. We need to figure out how to read the newspaper. Newspaper, newspaper, newspaper. Perhaps we go back to the hotel? Did the manual tell us where the newspaper was? It just says newspapers report about things you normally wouldn't hear about. It also says the Sunday issue of the Hamburger Morgen Post contains a very interesting article. It tells us there's a mysterious secret about the mummy. Can we read that article in game? Don't forget the Hamburger Morgen Post newspaper, which appears each morning. Oh, let's go back to the hotel. 37. Pick up the key from the reception and go to our room. By the way, Mr. Robinsburg has called you. He wants you to phone him back as soon as possible. Already? The room waiter informs us. It's only been 2 hours. Alright, well, that's something at least. There's no newspaper in this room we can pick up. Investigate the room, just as we're in the hotel room. Look at our objects. Maybe we need to go somewhere to get the newspaper. Let's call Mr. Robinsburg.
Vermittlung. Vermittlung.
What? I don't understand German. This is a German voice clip. Robinsburg. Look at the phone book. 5424. Oh, dude. I'm having the same problem again. Constantly having the Alt tab out of the game, then click back in. When I click back in, it interprets that as executing the text box. Five, 4, 2, 4, 3. Call. Robinsburg answers. In his voice, there's an excitement which he can hardly suppress. Have you read it in the newspaper? That changes everything. Please look into this affair. I'll call you back. No, how? Where's the paper? How do I read it? I bet the newspaper tells us about the murdered body that we just found on our own. Okay, I guess we drive to the newspaper. There's 2 different addresses labeled for the newspaper. The redaction / editorial or the archives. Are those... I should be referencing the map, because if there are places we can just walk to save on fuel, that'd be nice. Okay, 88 and 110. Yeah, those are right next door to each other. And we're at 37. I know I'm not showing this on stream. Oh, we're all the way over there. Let me capture this. It's all cropped, all funny. Uncrop this. Beautiful map. So I might need to like add annotations to this like I like to do. But this is our hotel, 37. The newspaper is here at 88 and 110. Two different buildings. Where do we go to today? We went to the Institute of Ethnology. That is... I've already forgotten where. 101. It's here. We drove here, visited this place, we found the dead body. We also went to the lady's house at number 1, which is all the way up here in the top left. And then we drove all the way back to our hotel here at 37. We've gone all over the place. Let's head to the newspaper, see if we can get an issue of the newspaper. We'll go to the editorial. 88. 88. Back in the car. 88. Leave the car. A total chaos in the editing office. People run everywhere. Everybody's got either a half-written article, a set of leaden letters, or a typewriter under his arm. Nobody takes notice of us. We grab an office boy who runs by his arm. Say, where? Let go of me, the boy cries. What do you think the boss will say? Any objects? Who do we talk to? No one here you can ask. How? I just want a copy of the newspaper. I just want a copy of the newspaper. How? We can't talk to anybody here. We can't pick up anything. I can use my cigarette butt. Or drop my cigarette butt. I'm just... Okay, nothing here. Let's walk to the place next door. The Archives, 110. The building is closed. Okay, let's go back to our car. Gotta be sure not to lose the car. Total chaos. I just want to get a newspaper. Enter the car. Huh. Go to a general store, maybe? I thought the newspaper would just be at our room. What if we have to go to the other hotel to get the newspaper from there? You can visit an ironmonger. What do the tips say? Eat in restaurants. Cars need petrol. Take care of yourself. Let's go to a restaurant. Let's go eat a meal. Let's go to the Oyster. That sounds good. 108. nice nearby, too. We're accompanied to our table by an assiduous waiter. We order steaks. At the Oyster? Okay, my food meter's full. We didn't get any water back, and I lost money. I don't know how we earn money. Time is passing. Any objects we can take? Take a steak? Anything we can look at? Restaurant's modernly furnished. Anyone you can talk to? Who'd you like to ask the waiter about? Hey, waiter, please indulge me. Tell me about Stuckroth. Albert. Our guests want to enjoy their meal undisturbed, the waiter explains politely but firmly. He's not a guest, he's dead. Okay, ignore. Back in the car. Dude, I don't even know what to do. Zoological garden? Okay. We can visit the private detective. And have the private detective watch rooms or buildings for us. Although I'm not really sure why we'd want to watch any specific building yet. We can go to the Divers Club and just start diving in the river. Because the manual told us to, not because we found any reason to in the game. We didn't get any water from the Oyster, only food. So maybe we have to go to a bar to get water. Maybe we just drink beer instead of water. We can go to a church. Let's go to the bar. 1:35. I'm out of ideas. Let's just go to the bar. 1:35. Leave the car. Ooh, when we try to enter, the ape-like bouncer blocks our way. But a banknote from Wilhelm softens him quickly. The bar smells oppressively of perfume. In the corner, some ladies sit around and look bored. We seat ourselves at the bar, and one of the ladies joins us. Hello. The darkly red and dim light, you can hardly locate particular things. Okay, we have a friend. So again, we can only ask people about other people. We can ask people where they were at a specific time, or show them things that we have. The only thing I have is this nasty, smelly, disgusting cigarette butt. So let's show it off to this cute girl. Hey, check this out. Ah, nothing. Okay. What would you like to ask the lady about? I guess we just go through my two names. Stuckroth. Nobody reacts to the questions. Stuckroth. The set. What can you tell me about voodoo? You. Why is it a Z? It's supposed to be a Y. Uh-oh. Z and Y are switched? What the heck is going on here? My Amiga might be broken. Okay, whatever. You. Quartz keyboard setting. You. We have nothing to ask her about. Did I replenish my meter? Did I get water from going to the bar? I can't check my meter until we leave and get back in the car. I didn't get any water. I don't know how to get water. I thought we'd get some at the bar. We're off to a pretty rough start here. This seems quite tricky. I don't want to just start going randomly to different places. I'm trying to have like a reason to go visit specific places. Oh, encoding overload. Oh dear. My computer's exploding. The Amiga is too powerful. Encoding overload. Turn down the bitrate. There's like nothing happening on screen. Turn down the bitrate. I'm just looking and trying to see where to go. To the post office? Do we get the newspaper at the post office? How do we read the newspaper? It's the ultimate puzzle of the game. How do we read the newspaper? How do we read the newspaper? Where? Where does one acquire a copy of the paper to read? Hamburger Morgenbote. The modern newspaper. We can't go to the newspaper office and pick one up there. Let's go to the second hotel. Perhaps we can find a newspaper at the other hotel, not the one we're staying at. Let's go to 167. We're in the car. Travel to 167. Get out of the car. The porter holds us back. Halt! We're fully booked. You've not made a reservation, have you? I don't know. We can't even get in. Might have to call ahead and place a reservation just to go pick up a newspaper. Nope, I think I'm on the wrong track. Maybe we can go visit a kiosk? Let's go to Muller kiosk. I don't even know what that is. Get in the car. 93. It's a long drive. The beer hall is closed. It's a beer hall. It is closed. Because it's noon. My meters are getting pretty low here. I don't know how to drink water. Or read the newspaper. Maybe we go to the library. Let's go to the library. 90. Back in the car. Out of the car. Oh, look at this guy. The library is a busy place. We put ourselves in front of a counter, behind which a very zealously working librarian is sitting. The librarian shows us a series of numbered books. What? What? Let's learn about storch, habitat, birds. Librarian looks in his card index. I am sorry. This book's been loaned out. You'll have to come back in 2 weeks. Give me a different one. Let me try again. Would you like to ask the man about? Stuckroths. Albert. I'm sorry. Where were you last night, Mr. Librarian? Huh? Tell me that. We're in a library. Okay, no. Mummy. I'm sorry. How do you play this game? I really like the portraits, yeah. I really liked it a lot. Like the artistic style of this is just incredible. Is there anything we can pick up here? No. I'm sure we're just meant to read specific books that instruct us in the art of whatever we're meant to do with the laboratory. That was detailed pretty extensively, pretty straightforwardly in the manual. Go to the library to research which chemicals we need, go to the chemical store to pick them up, and then go to the laboratory to use the chemicals to do something, to get proofs. Proofs of what? I'm not sure. So what, we have to leave and come back in to get the list of books? Fairy tales, the Bible, Nobel, explosives, Linder biology, chemistry maybe? Chemotoxicals? That's a fake word. German history? So 10. Let's try 10. Chemotoxicals. Disc 3. The Chemotoxicals book. Whoa. Reaction of lead connection. With potassium chromium, a very nice color reaction is produced as described here. One mixes 1 pipette of potassium chromium with the relevant substance and then warms the orange mixture for approximately half a minute. After adding an indicator, the mixture will be dark if the substance contained lead. So we can test specific things for lead. Okay. It's the chemotoxical book. And that's it. Hey, Terrorvan, welcome. The heck? We're inside a library. How do you play this game? Do we have to test the cigarette butt for lead? That's silly. Maybe that's what killed the man. Maybe somebody dipped his cigarettes in lead and then he smoked it and got that pure lead directly into his lungs. And it was too strong for him and he died. Do people smoke lead? No, that's silly. That's silly. Okay, let's get back in the car. Get out of the library. What do we do? Okay, let's look at the phone book together. Here's the phone book. So let's recap. What have we learned in the 1 hour of playing this game? Dot, welcome. Congratulations on Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior 3. I fell asleep while watching, but it was enjoyable to watch. I love that game. So recap. We're 2 lawyers in Munich. You're in Munich or Hamburg? I've completely lost the thread. We're in Hamburg. 2 lawyers in Hamburg. Sunny Sunday morning. A man calls us because he's heard that a mummy is for sale at an auction house and wants us to check and see if it's the same mummy that this man's father once stole from some African county on an expedition. This man's father acquired this mummy from Africa because it belongs in a museum. And so we need to investigate the mummy, which is up for auction. That's literally all we're told. That's all we're asked to do. Investigate the mummy. Okay. So I can't seem to locate the auction house. But maybe there's just something I'm missing. I'm sure there is. Now, shortly after the game begins, the same man, Mr. Robinsburg, calls us at our hotel and asks us if we've read the newspaper and says that changes everything. I don't know where to get the newspaper. I feel like that's the first step. First step, we have to figure out how to read the bloody newspaper. How? Where? What am I missing? How does one read a newspaper in this day and age? Let's head back to my hotel. Weather 37. Get out of the car. Change the disc. Newspaper's gotta be at the hotel, right? It's gotta be in the hotel. Makes sense. Can we call the hotel that we're in and ask them to send us up the newspaper? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the play. 40880.
Vermittlung.
40880. All day long, guests come and go. Two gentlemen stand out due to their foolish behavior. That's us. They're just making fun of me. All day long, guests come and go. Where's the newspaper? I don't want to save. Okay, ask Wilhelm, our friend. Let's see what our friend has to say about the dead body. I know no more than you, says Wilhelm, shrugging his shoulders. I feel like we're not going to get too far asking Wilhelm about things. He's just our chauffeur. I don't know if he's the Watson to our homes, or if there's any sort of dynamic like that whatsoever. How do we get a newspaper? I just want to freaking read the newspaper. Dude. My computer is freaking out. Why can't I stream? What's using all this CPU resources? OBS is having a hard time at the moment. Let's go to the opera. Let's ignore all of this nonsense and let's just indulge. The opera. 48. Get in the car. Travel to 48. Get out of the car. The portal is closed. Nobody's visible. Oh, dude, they're not even open yet. We can... Let's go to the murder commission. I tried that. They were closed. Let's go to the... The what? Let's go to the general store. 139. I'm getting really thirsty. Or maybe that's the fuel. It's closed. Alright, let's go to the other one. 39. One's at 139, the other's at 39. Closed. I guess we probably need fuel, so let's go to the filling station. Be 107. Oh, having waited for a short time, the attendant comes. Fill her up, please. I'm out of money. Okay, so this meter is our fuel. We have a dirty cigarette butt, a used cigarette butt that we found at a murder scene? Completely out of money. I don't know how to earn money in this. We're not really that tired. Are we just meant to be visiting random people's houses? Or just asking random people about random people? Like, where's the thread? There must be some sort of thread that we follow. Likely in the newspaper, which I can't seem to find. We went to one restaurant, the Oyster, but didn't get a newspaper there. We got a steak at the Oyster. Let's go to the post office. 83. Oh my goodness, dude. My computer is struggling today. Apologies for, like, I haven't dropped any frames, but my computer's having a hard time. Fortunately, there's not a lot going on the screen. Let's go visit the post office. 83. Get out of the car. In vain, we rattle at the entrance door. Wilhelm presses his nose to the window. Seems to be closed, he resumes. It should only be 2 in the afternoon, not 2 in the morning. Hey, Felly, welcome. Major fracture, welcome. Okay. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the private detective. Maybe we call these people and not drive everywhere. 99. I've got no idea what I'm doing, if it's not abundantly clear. Detective agency. Everything is closed. Well, it is a Sunday. I guess actually that kind of makes sense. It is a Sunday afternoon. Most places would probably be closed in a Sunday afternoon. Especially places that are like Monday through Friday establishments. So if we go to the Institute of Ethnology, that's where the guy was found murdered? Again, that wasn't really clear. Let's head back there. Let's just drive around in circles. Institute of Ethnology. 101. In the car. 101. Let's see what this says again. Out of the car. The great portal of the building is closed. They were open, yes, or earlier in the game, but now they're closed. Okay. Let's go to the rat house. Rats, rats, rats. We are the rat house. 125. Let me guess. Closed. We gain no entrance to the town hall. We have made 0 progress. Let's go to Madame Dubois at 109. Fortune teller and advisor in vital matters. We read on the plaque at the door. Nobody opens us. She couldn't see that we would visit her, Wilhelm remarks and laughs. Let's visit the Forensic Medical Institute and try and show them the cigarette butt. 25. Forensic Medical Institute's closed at the moment. Everything's closed. Closed, 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 closed. Everything's closed. What's not closed on a Sunday afternoon? 3 in the afternoon. I don't have any money, so I can't go to a restaurant or the opera or a bar. Everything's closed. How do you get money? What do you do in this game? We're off to a pretty rough start. Now the phone book lists the rat house and the town hall. Are those different things? I thought those were the same things. But they have different addresses here. Jeweler. Feel like I'm stuck already. I probably spent all my money on fuel when I shouldn't have. Let's go to the church. Protestant church, Catholic church, or the Michaeliskirche? Michael's church? Let's go to that one. 157. Sunday afternoon, let's go to church. Whoa, the big door of the church can only be opened with united strength. Nobody seems to be present. Dead flies swim in the font. The Lord has called them, Wilhelm remarks and grins. Behind our back, someone clears his throat. Hello, Father. So we could probably... I don't freaking know. Show him our cigarette butt? Anything I can take here? Can't take any dead flies. Show him a cigarette butt. No, it doesn't care about that. Let's look at the room. Many candles burn in the church. They may have been lighted by a nun, who now kneels in front of the altar and prays. Wilhelm feels uneasy and wants to leave. Ask about Stuckrath. Albert? No, not all of my sheep are known to me, but the Lord will give them what they deserve. Lisette. What other names do I have? Because I keep asking about Professor Albert Stuckrath, the dead body, and his wife. Dude, my computer is struggling. Let's do notepad. Albert Stuckrath. Dead body found at the Institute of Ethnology. When? Why are we meant to investigate this murder? His wife, Lisette Stuckrath, is at their home. 1. Where's the Institute of Ethnology? 101. The guy who hired us is Robensburg. Rudolph Robensburg. Hired us to investigate a mummy for sale at the auction house. Which auction house? I don't know yet. I can't find it. Even though we're given a name, it's Ammerman and Company Auction House, but there's no Ammerman listed in the phone book. There's no auction house listed in the phone book. So I'm not really sure how we're meant to find or do anything with the auction house. This is probably in the newspaper if we could find that, but I can't. Calls us at our hotel shortly after the game begins. Asks if we read the paper. Says this changes everything. Hangs up. So that's 3 names. Albert Stuckrath, his wife Lisette, and Rudolph. That's all we have. Robensburg. I guess if we could learn his father's name, we could ask other people about that. Professor Gravelius. is another name of importance. I'm guessing. Professor Gravelius led the expedition to steal the mummy. It's not mince words. Gravelius. There is a Ethelbert Gravelius in the phone book. I think that would be worth paying a visit to. Ethelbert von Gravelius. And that's at 21. We could try phoning them, but I'm nowhere near the phone. We're at the church still, okay. Robensburg. Rudolph. Alright. Nothing here. Gravelius. Ethelbert. He's been a fellow sufferer of mine. I accompanied an Africa expedition once years ago. Some of the fellows, I was one of them, fell ill with malaria. We had to begin our home voyage prematurely. He was one of them. Today I have no contact with him. Okay, so this priest went to Africa with the professor to find and obtain a mummy. This priest also got struck down by the mummy's curse. Let's make a note of it. Why not? So let's read my notes. Oh my goodness. Father John? Heir? I know Heir is Mr. Oh my goodness. John Ham? Maybe it's John Ham. Hey, Helical, welcome. Broy, welcome. Scylla, welcome. This is very hard to read. Okay, this is the exact same text that we were given in the dialogue box. Yeah, it looked like hair to me. I thought so too. So I guess there's a very tenuous connection, but a connection nonetheless. Professor Gravelius led the expedition. We do know his first name is Ethelbert, so it is Ethelbert von Gravelius. So it would be worth paying him a visit at house number 21. The priest of which church is this? Michaelis Kirsch at 157 attended the expedition. Also fell ill with the malaria. Mummy malaria. Let's ask about all the names we have. We've asked about all the names we have. Hey, Caffeine Headache, welcome. Duke Donuts, welcome. This is Bozuma. This is Bozuma. Also known as Mystery of the Mummy. Point and click adventure detective mystery game. It's got a really cool art style. I have no idea what to do. Let's go visit Gravelius. Get out of here. No idea what I'm doing. Get in the car. Select the destination of 21. Get out of the car. Oh, look at this guy. This is a ghoul. After a while, we reach a great, somewhat frightening villa that looks like a castle. The door is written Edelbert in Edelheid von Crofelius. After knocking for some time, a caretaker lets us in and leads us to Crofelius. The old scientist is sitting boldly in his armchair with a blanket over his legs. His eyes are looking at us with curiosity. Anything we can steal here? Let's look at the room first. Lodging is decorated with precious objects from strange cultures. Okay, he has appropriated lots of different artifacts on his different expeditions. Anything we can take? No. What do you think about this cigarette butt, my friend? Nothing. What would you like to ask him about? We'll ask him about Stukrath. Albert. Sometimes my memory leaves me. Nobody knows about Stukrath. Sir, where were you last night? I was at home working on my new book about the tribal rights of the Abuluzo Indians. No, I don't need to note that. Where were you yesterday afternoon? As you'll have noticed, I'm too weak to leave the house. No notes. Where were you in the morning? No notes. I've already forgotten his wife's name. I probably should have written that down while it was on screen. Let's ask about Robbinsburg. Robbinsburg. This is the guy who hired us. I don't know his father's name. We only know Robbinsburg, the son. We don't know who the father is. This is mysterious. I've got no idea what to do. This is such a good picture, though. I feel like we should be calling places rather than paying them a visit. Perhaps we're meant to just hang out at the hotel and call people for a while before just showing up unannounced, inviting ourselves in and asking questions and showing off my cigarette butt and then leaving. Perhaps the phone is an untapped source of information. I'm just looking at the phone book here, see if there's anything else that pops out to me. There's hundreds of names in here. Bar Bahnhof, Hamburg? What's a Bahnhof? We can go to different dentists. There's 3 separate dentists we could visit. I just don't know what to even start doing. Perhaps if we go back to the hotel and try to take a nap. Our hotel is at 37. You make a note of that so I don't forget. Okay, bye. Get in the car. Go to our hotel. Get out of the car. What happens if we just sleep? I mean, it's getting late. It's 4 p.m. Okay, we're in the room. Let's make some phone calls before we just take a nap. I gotta constantly be moving my windows around.
Vermittlung.
Vermittlung? I don't know what she says. Let's try calling everybody. Let's start with Lisette, the wife of the guy who's dead. Lisette Stuckroth. What's their number? What's the Stuckroth phone number? Herbert? No, Albert. 63238. Good morning. This is Stuckroth House. Can I help you? We ask for Mrs. Stuckroth. Unfortunately, the lady's unable to speak to you. Please come and see her personally. Okay. Thank you for nothing.
Vermittlung.
We visited her. She's grieving her deceased husband. Now, her husband, we just happened to find a dead body at the Institute of Ethnology, who was Mr. Stuckroth. I don't know what else we can do to follow up on that. Who else do we call? This is very confusing. It's called the Murder Commission, 42589. Vontken. Bill. Here. I want to ask you some questions concerning the mummy murder. We are investigating a murder. Are you a chap from the press? I've had enough of you pen pushers. Okay, what was the guy's name who answered?
Vermittlung.
Gotta call him again. 42589. Vontken. That would be a first name. Calling the Murder Commission at 42589 gets us a Vontken. Won't speak to us. Oh, Mortville Manor. Yeah, I could see that. Mortville Manor was French, though. This is German. There's a sequel to Mortville Manor that I should play sometime. Maupiti Island. It looks pretty cool. It looks very slow paced. It looks pretty cool. The Deadline looks fun. I want to play Deadline. What are we doing? Just call people?
Vermittlung.
Alright, let's call some more random people. Let's call Gravelius. See if maybe he's more forthcoming on the phone as opposed to in person. 41279. Grevelia's house. Caretaker answers. The master can't see anybody. We just saw him. We just had to show up to visit. Okay.
Vermittlung.
Stuckroth, nothing. Robbinsburg. The guy who hired us. We'll call him. 54243. I'm writing down these people's phone numbers in my notes so I don't have to constantly consult the phone book here. In his voice, there's an excitement we can hardly suppress. Have you read it in the newspaper? That changes everything. This is the exact same dialogue we got when he called us earlier. And I haven't read it in the newspaper. Please look into this affair. I'll call you back. How do we read the newspaper? How? Read paper. Newspaper. Paper, paper, paper. Papier. Papier. Where is paper? Paper, paper. Newspaper. Paper, 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 paper. How? Read paper. Paper. Hamburger Morgenbolt. The modern newspaper. Dude, this font. Yeah, the font is a struggle. This is what we're dealing with here. The game comes with a phone book. Let me make this large. Oh, I'm covering it up. So I'm currently skimming through this in search of just things that pop out. Names, places that just pop out. Let's go through it again. Let's read the phone book together. Willie Abel. Gustav Achenbach. Karl Adam. Ferdinand Adler. Fritz Albert. We're not going to read every name. Chemists. A pavilion. Albert Arnold. Another doctor here. Bahnhof. I think Muir said that was the train station. Josef. There's bars. Name, 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 name. Name, name, name. Cemetery. Chemical Institute. Different churches. So this is the church that we visited where the priest told us he went on the expedition with what's-his-face to Africa and also got the mummy malaria. So we may need to revisit the father here to get some more information about that. There's another professor, Hans Crucius? Different chemists, dentists, the detective. Now this place, the same address as these two separate locations, the Deter Colonial Waren and Grocery? I'm not sure what the difference or what Colonial Waren is. Okay. Divers Club. The manual said we're going to have to go diving at some point to recover artifacts, but I'm not just going to go there because the manual mentions it. We got to try and figure out why we need to go there. Willie Ebert. Elba. Elba in quotations. What the heck does that mean? Fine tobaccos. And just a bunch of names. The filling station. I already spent all of my money buying gasoline, petrol. Forensic Medical Institute. Like, some of these places do seem important, for sure. General store. Two separate general stores. They were both closed. There's Grovelius. Address and number. See, Hamburger Morgenbolt. The Modern Newspaper. I visited both of these addresses and was unable to get a copy of the newspaper. The editorial redaction office was busy. There were people bustling around. We couldn't talk to anybody or do anything, though. Archives was just simply closed. Harbor Authority, another professor here. Harbor Chemists, Harbor West, Harbor Hospital. Another professor. Jeweler. Different hotels. We're staying at this hotel. This hotel was full. Tried to visit, but they wouldn't even let us in. Irma Ledouche. Douche? I don't even know what that means. It's in quotes. Different institutes. We visited the Institute of Ethnology, and that's where we found the dead person? Ironmongers. I don't know when we're going to need to mong some irons. We might need to. Kiosks. I tried one of the kiosks. I didn't try the other one, I don't think. Maybe we need to try these kiosks. I'm still just looking for a newspaper. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the morning paper. That's the entire puzzle of the game. We can visit the library, and the man at the counter presents us with 20 different books we could check out, or read rather. We can't check them out, we just read them. 20 different books. My encoding overload. What is wrong? I think my computer is dying a slow death. I know nothing's going on visually, so it's not too big of a deal, but it is still worrying. Madame Dubois, fortune teller, murder commission, the opera, police. What's this? Piano bow grotha? What? According to Task Manager, OBS is taking my power. This is purely OBS. It just has random spikes. It typically sits at about 30% and then it'll just spike. I think my computer is like literally on fire and dying. It's old. I just gotta replace it. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe it's time. Piano bow means they're building pianos. Oh, thank you for the help, by the way. The police president. Could try and consult the police president. Post office. Prison. I tried going to the Rathaus. Nothing. Couldn't get in. Bunch of different restaurants. And just names. Slaughterhouse. Another doctor. Here's the dead professor, Stukaroff. Town hall. I don't think I visited the town hall. I tried going to the rat house, but I didn't try going to the town hall. Getting nowhere here. And yeah, the game comes with a map as well. So we could cross-reference the locations and addresses with this map here. This is Hamburg, 1912. The different numbers just indicate the address. So we can tell how near places are to each other. And instead of drive places, we can walk if the location's nearby. Just walk from place to place. It's the map. Which will come into play because we need to manage our money. Because we have to buy more fuel if we consume too much for the car. I assume also long trips across the entire city. For example, we start here at number 37, that's our hotel. If we travel to number 1, which we did already once, that should consume like all of the fuel. I assume we consume less if we just go nearby. I got nothing from this phone book. Hauma? That's not. That can't be something. Albert Rouser. Oh, that's Berlin. We're not in Berlin. Okay, ignore. Oh, that's French. Okay. Tips and tricks. The client is paying you. Newspapers report about things you normally wouldn't hear about. How do we read the newspaper? Eat in restaurants. No public telephone boxes. Cars need petrol. Take care of yourself. Sometimes waiting is better. Take advantage of cultural offers. You have 5 days to solve the mystery. Be on time for Mr. Robinsburg. Remember where you parked the car when you go on foot. All right. So Fontkin is just the police commissioner. Wait. For example, you can visit the opera, listen to Konrad Röntgen's explanation about the mummy. Okay, where's this person? They're not listed in the phone book. What? Who is that? Oh my goodness, dude. Should be right here. No? Okay. Well. I don't know what to do. We have to... Time is just passing, by the way, in the game. I don't know if we can ever pause the game. We're in our hotel. We can keep trying to call people. I just want a newspaper. I just want to read the newspaper. Why is that so hard? Look at the room. Look at my cigarette butt. Pick up the newspaper. Drop the cigarette butt. Pick up the cigarette butt. Use it. Show the cigarette butt. Take a nap. For how long would you like to sleep? Let's sleep for 12 hours. It's been a long day. I need my rest. Okay, it's Monday. It's almost 5 in the morning on Monday. The telephone rings mercilessly. Hello? Speaking to Bill? You asked to be woken up. Oh, thank you. Is there a newspaper now? Fresh new paper of the day? Of course not. Of course not. Let's get in the car. Car is in the garage. Well, get in it. Get in it. What? 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 Is it illegal to drive at 4 in the morning? What? I wonder if it got impounded. I was kind of thinking that. But where? No. I drove to the hotel. The hotel I'm staying at. Parked my car at the hotel I am staying at. There is no garage in the phone book. What? Oh, my car. Oh, my car. What? So now we can't drive anywhere, apparently. I slept for 12 hours, now my car is locked into the garage and I can't access it. So let's start walking places. We're at 37. Goodness gracious, I gotta cross-reference all these documents. We're up here. What's 38 and 51? Nearby places. 38 and 51. Oh my god, dude. 38, 51. I don't think this is how you're supposed to do it. This seems wrong. 37? No, that's our hotel. 51. Oh, that's Friedman Vintel's house, or Vinfel's house. Let's go visit Friedman. What's 38? 38 is Wilhelm Olbrecht's house. We can visit him too. Let's visit Friedman. Let's walk to 51. 51. We knock at the shabby wooden door, but nobody opens it. Well, we tried. Where's my car? There's no car here. Let's walk to 38. Nobody opens it. Let's walk back to 37. Maybe now we can access the car. By the way, Mr. Robinson's called you. He wants you to phone him back as soon as possible. Again? Okay. The picture didn't change.
Vermittlung.
What was his number? 54243. Have you read it already? Things are getting more and more confused. Try to find out something. We just have to find out something. How? I can't find out anything. Get in the car. Car's in the garage. Get the car out of the garage. What? What? We're in our hotel room, but the picture's not updating. There's no one here. Where's Wilhelm? There's the statement. Have you read it already? Things are getting more and more confused. Try to find out something. I haven't read it. How does one...
Vermittlung.
How do I read? What do I do? Newspaper. What? I am so confused. Let's call the hotel that we're staying at 40880. Where the heck is my car? All day long, guests come and go. Two gentlemen stand out due to their foolish behavior. Okay, it's past 6 now. It's past 7. I can't get in the car. 8! Oh. Well. The garage gets locked up at night. The garage does not open until 8 in the morning. And then you can take your car out. Okay. Now that's good. That's good. It's new. Let's learn. It's learning. 8 a.m. Garage opens and you can take the car places again. Now we have a serious problem in that I have no money or food and I'm about to starve to death. So let's just starve to death and see what happens. Oh, my meter's not going down anymore. Do the meters do anything? Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, you suffer a sudden feeling of weakness caused by insufficient ingestion. Wilhelm calls for an ambulance, which brings you to the hospital. So the doctor gives you an injection. He remarks to Wilhelm, "We have to feed him up first. He'll have to stay for 1 week." So hungry I had to go to the hospital. Alright, and we're back at the start of the game. Mr. Ravensburg's called you. Okay, so this is the very start of the game. It's Sunday morning, just after 9 a.m. The first thing that happens is we're told to phone Mr. Ravensburg. This is the man who hired us
Vermittlung.
to investigate the mummy. So let's phone him and see what he says. 54243. In his voice, there's an excitement he can hardly suppress. "Have you read it in the newspaper? That changes everything. Please look into this affair. I'll call you back." Well, obviously we need to read about it in the newspaper. Okay. So at the very start of the game, there's no objects in the room with me, so I cannot pick anything up. I can't use anything. I can't drop anything. I can't show anything to anybody. Okay. Investigate the room that I'm in. We're in our hotel room. So immediately presented with a problem. I feel like we're meant to find and read this newspaper. Where would you get a newspaper on Sunday morning in Germany? Why isn't there one at the hotel we're staying at? Maybe we can drive to Ravensburg's house and read his newspaper? Let's try that. Because I really have no idea what to do. Ravensburg lives at 84. Gonna pay him a visit. Let's hop in the car. Go to 84. Pretty short drive. Get out of the car. Oh, there he is. Herr Robensberg welcomes us with usual heartiness. My leg hurts me again, he nearly apologetically tells us while leading us limping into the living room. Oh yes, the weather. Tell me, are you making progress? We inform Robensberg what we've learned so far. We've learned literally nothing. The game just began. Very interesting. In case I should forget it, you will not fail because of the money. With a wink in his eye, he slips us a banknote. When I have new instructions for you, I'll call you. He bids us farewell. Well, that changes things a little bit. So we get money by visiting our employer. That makes sense. This is Robensburg. Okay. Pay him a visit at 84 to get some money at the start of the game. Maybe each day we can get more? Question mark. On the yeah, that's a good point. 1912. Probably have to find us one of the kiosks on the street that's selling the paper. I guess they're not just being delivered to newspapers. So there's two kiosks. We are at 84. There's a kiosk at 29 and one at 93. We're currently at 84. There's one at 29, one at 93. 93 is over here close to our hotel. 29's all the way over here. We're like right smack dab between the two kiosks. So we're at 84. Like, I feel like we're going to have to eventually start planning out routes. Depending on how strict the different various timers are in this game, we're going to have to, like, adequately plan. Whoops. Don't want to resize the window. Plan our itinerary for the days to conserve fuel as much as possible on the different trips. Because every day seems like it'll begin here at the hotel at 37. Also probably end at the hotel. Let's just check the two different kiosks, 29 and 93. There is a train station. Yeah, that could be another option as well. Okay. Hop back in the car. We'll start with 29. Yeah, travel times, something we need to take into consideration as well. Mr. Kungelman. Small, stout man of the 70s veterans gives us a friendly welcome. Please help yourself. Take an item. There it is! The Sunday paper! Oh, we can actually play the game. This is a real game. Okay. Look at the paper. Hamburger Morgenbolt from Sunday. The 14th of April, 1912. Price 1 GR. Oh, my goodness. That's all we get. There's got to be a way to actually read it. Use the paper. Yeah, use the paper. Insert disc 3. So we went to 29 to get the paper. What the? Oh no. Röntgen comes. The world-famous inventor who gave the name to the Röntgen rays, X-rays, R-rays? X-rays? Will give a lecture on Monday at 8 p.m. in the town hall on the isotopes of hydrogen molecule. Port reports. Hamburg America line arrived on the 11th of April. Novolia in New York. Gergovia in Hamburg? What? Oh, those must be two different ship names. So the game is April 12th. So the previous day a boat arrived from America. The Gergovia arrived here in Hamburg. That could be important. The Navy visits America. The great cruiser. That's not a letter. Mox? No, that's not an X. This is the great cruiser Moch is going to sail to the United States with two smaller cruisers in its wake. Okay, that's a K. That's a K. Returning a visit of 4 American warships to Kiel last summer. Weather forecast. Weather stays inclement. Laboratory room to let Monday 3 to 4 p.m. Ooh. Okay, so we got some good information from the first morning's newspaper. Sunday newspaper finds. World famous inventor Röntgen. We don't have a first name, so we can't ask other people about this character, but we do have a last name. We'll give a lecture on Monday at 8 p.m. at the town hall. Sounds riveting. We're gonna have to go listen to this lecture about the isotopes of the hydrogen molecule. A ship arrived in Hamburg on the 11th from America, from New York specifically. The Gergovia. And laboratory room to let Mo 3 to 4 p.m. Does that mean Monday? We have 1 hour with which we can use the laboratory, and that's only on Monday? Okay. So we're getting a pretty strict time frame for when we can do specific things, which is fine, because that at least kind of gives us some direction, some structure for how we should be planning our days. And probably have to call ahead to rent the laboratory room. We don't have anything to investigate in the lab yet, but knowing that this is available and how to access it's going to be important. Maybe we have to perform our own tests on like the cigarette butt that we found, although what tests I don't know yet. This could be nothing with the boat arriving from New York. It could be something. The lecture, I'm sure we're going to have to do something. This, I'm assuming this is nothing. Okay. Whoops. We actually made progress. Insert this too. We read a newspaper. Inclement weather. Yeah. Moltke. Kiel's a city. Okay. Thank you. So much interesting lore I don't know about. The newspapers are that terrible font. That's fine. That font's a lot more readable than the notepad font. Okay, so this kiosk that we're at's all the way across town. I wonder if the one that's closer to the hotel will also have the newspaper. We already got the newspaper. So what in the newspaper was it that changes everything? Why is it that when change the disc again. Why is it that when what's his name read the morning paper, he was prompted to call us to tell us about how the paper changes everything? What specifically did he read that was so important? Let's check it one more time. Surely it's not the lecture on the isotopes of the hydrogen molecule, unless he's reacting to the presence of the inventor, or Röntgen, rather than the subject of the lecture. Perhaps the name is important. Could be the boat. I mean, this is all that we have to go off of. Could be the weather, yeah. Could be the inclement weather. The Great Cruiser. Like, none of these seem particularly relevant to the mummy situation, which is quite mysterious. I'm not sure why the guy would be so excited to read this. They'd have to give us a call. We can't turn the page. Mouse cursor is just constrained to this little box here. All right. Maybe we could show him the newspaper. Yeah, I did make a note of the different dates and times. Definitely. Those do seem like they're going to be important. Okay. So did I make a note that we got the newspaper at kiosk Kungelman 29. You also want to check the other kiosks. So we can go investigate the ship that arrived. So we can go to the port. We now have a reason to visit the harbor. Since this is a new playthrough, let's head to the Institute of Ethnology to find the dead body again. What was the address there? 101. I was just kind of picking places mostly randomly to visit. We just stumbled upon this. Let's head back there. Okay, let's get in the car. Travel to, I've instantly forgotten, even though I just said it out loud. 101. Short travel. Get out of the car. We enter the foyer, the institute. After a while, we find the room where Professor Stukarov's corpse was found. See, this is presented as if it was known that Professor Stukarov would be found dead. Or the murder's not. What am I trying to say? It's like our characters already knew that this character was murdered. And so this is not surprising. But I don't know how we as the player are meant to discover unless we're just meant to randomly wander and stumble into this murder scene. When the door opens, a policeman starts up from his seat. When he sees us, he murmurs with relief. Thank God, I already thought. As soon as he recovers, he cries, "Stop! Nobody's allowed to get in here. Go away." When we refer to our acquaintance with the police president, cop becomes friendlier. Okay, police president is a name from the phone book that we can call. So maybe there's a bit of a sequencing issue here. Where we're meant to contact the police president first, who then tells us to follow up on this lead here. But if we just go to the lead first, either on accident or if we have foreknowledge, then things proceed as if we'd already called the police president, maybe? In this room, we can look inside the Institute building. Okay, we read this. There's objects here. There's a mummy. A cigarette stub. I forgot there's a mummy here. We can't pick up the mummy. We can pick up the cigarette stub. You can show this man the cigarette stub. He doesn't care. Show him the paper. Ah, so you've come because of the murder of the professor. Well, actually, I'm not allowed to say anything to anybody, since you're a friend of my boss. The paper didn't even mention the murder. The professor was discovered dead by Professor Lindquist last evening. Oh, okay. Finally, game. There's an actual game here. Okay. Albert Stuckroth found dead last evening. That would be Saturday the 11th. Evening the 11th by Professor Lindquist. He was lying in front of the desk on which the mummy was placed. He was strangled with an old linen cloth, as was found inside the sarcophagus. He was strangled by the mummy. Lying in front of the desk on which the mummy was placed. Strangled with an old linen cloth. That's why the newspapers reported a mummy murder. Personally, I do not believe in such things, but when you're alone with the mummy, perhaps you have quite different feelings. It might come out of its sarcophagus at any time, and... Actually, we wanted to talk about the murder. We remind the constable. Was the professor alone in the institute? What was the colleague's matter of concern when he came into the laboratory? I cannot answer these questions. The reports are in the Commissioner's Department. Please ask Inspector Ottmar Vontken for further help, or the leader of the Institute, Professor Lindquist, or his representative. Oh, dude. We actually have leads. Oh, the game has bestowed upon us something to do. Okay. Inspector Ottmar Vonkten, leading the murder investigation. Lindquist, leader of the Institute. Professor Hansen. Lindquist's representative. Okay, so now that he's told the police about us, we can then call the police. Last time I tried calling Vontkin and nothing happened. He just didn't want to talk to us or deal with us. Now that we've talked to this guy and shown him the paper, we can now call him and get some information there. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I wonder if there is something. Let's investigate the newspaper again. The manual didn't say there's any hidden buttons. I don't think. I'm just checking through the manual again. I mean, everything's point and click. You point and you click. It doesn't say anything specifically with regard to the newspaper. Let's click down here. Left. Click up here. Oh my goodness, there's different articles. Yep. Wait, what? Murder on the Institute, a curse on ancient mummy. Wait, what? Is it top half, bottom half? I'm trying to figure out where to click. Okay, I think it's the top half is one page and the bottom half is the second page. Okay, that seems to be the divide. Yeah, it looks like there's just two different pages to the paper, front page and back page. Okay, top page, bottom page. Whew. No base hole welcome. Artifacts. This might be before JPEGs were invented. A murder in the Institute. A curse on ancient mummy? At 10 o'clock last night, a terrible murder took place in the Institute of Ethnology in Hamburg. The police commission states that the victim, the highly esteemed Professor Albert Stuckroth, who moves in the best circles, was found dead by a colleague in his laboratory at 10 o'clock. From what we hear, the victim had been investigating a mummy that was to be put up for auction next Tuesday. The mysterious element of the murder is the fact that the type of linen cloth with which the mummy was wrapped up. Wait, that was a weird sentence. The mysterious element of the murder is the fact that the type of linen cloth with which the mummy is wrapped up. Period. When the paper went to press, it was still unknown what conclusions the police draw from this fact. The investigating inspector does not yet have an explanation to the incident. He's confident that he will soon unravel the riddle, but warned against conclusions. Okay, this actually makes a lot of sense. Finally, the pieces are starting to come together. This actually makes sense now. So this would lead us, as the player, to naturally follow up and head to the Institute, already knowing about the murder. The body's not been there, but we can investigate the room that the body was found in. The mummy's there, but we can't really, I haven't really tried, but we can't really do anything with it. The mummy is there. We're not trying to recover the mummy. We need to verify the mummy that's being put up for auction is the same mummy that What's-His-Face's father found. And now we have to try and solve this murder as well. Okay, finally. Game. We didn't really learn anything that we didn't already know from this paper. but it's nice to see. 10 o'clock. I guess 10 o'clock. That's a number. We were just told last night before. Saturday evening at 10 p.m. Hundreds killed on the Titanic. Yeah. I guess this is about that time, isn't it? 1912? 1915? When was the Titanic? We're playing at 1912. That sounds right. Wait, we're playing on the 14th, not the 12th. It was the 13th. I don't know why. I got my dates mixed up. Okay. Disc 2. So now we have a lot to do. We can visit the police chief. We can track down Professor Lindquist. Professor Hansen. Not the police chief, or the police president. We could track him down. The inspector. We can head to the deceased's wife. Although we didn't get anything from her last time. Cool. I wish you could pause. The game's constantly ticking. The timer is constantly ticking. I wish you could pause. Otmar Vonkten. The name does not show up in the phone book. So to contact him, we have to call the murder commission. We can just pay a visit. Lindquist. Looking at the phone book again. Richard Lindquist. Okay, I have a number and address here. Leader of the Institute. He is at 87. His number is 53886. Yeah, what about Professor Hansen? Hansen Carl. Okay. So Carl Hansen is at 58. And his phone number is 41996. And that's about it. So we should try and get a hold of Lindquist first. Because he's the one who found the body. Titanic was 1912 all that. Okay, cool. April 15th. Oh dear. Yeah, it's day, then month, and year. European date formatting. English is different. Yeah, English is backwards, like usual. I could Cactus Bee, but that's cheating. If the game doesn't allow you to pause, then we can't pause. I could probably open one of these menus, and that would pause time. I just haven't bothered to find out which one yet. Okay, let's follow up on these leads here. So we were at 101. Let's head back to the hotel and use the phone first. Get in the car. Go to our hotel at 37. Out of the car. Go to our room. Use the phone. We're going to start by calling Lindquist.
I don't get this at all. I thought low pan.
Shut up, Mr. Barton. Sneak Plays, thank you for the cheer. Welcome. I don't know. I wasn't alive. Before my time. 53886. This is Linquist. House. Can I help you? Unfortunately, the professor's not at home. Alright, well, that was a bust. Let's try Professor Hanson. 41996. Nobody answers. Okay, let's try the police. Let's try the king of the police. The king of the police, the president. 61173. Police president, the woman says. Hello, this is Bill. Is the president there? Sorry. Boss is on holiday. I don't know when he'll be back. Of course. I don't know why I expected anything less. Of course. Of course. So bosses do. They just take vacation trips. Murder commission. 42589. 42589. Vontke. Well, I want to ask you some questions concerning the mummy murder. Are you a chap from the press? I've had enough of you pen pushers. I thought the guy said we could... Okay, maybe we have to pay him a visit. Let's pay him a visit. 85. Back in the car. I will not be denied. Just show up. The door leading from the entrance hall into the main hall is locked. I will be denied. I just want to go to the commission of murder. What time is it? It's already almost noon. So Vonkton won't talk to us. I bet the office, the Commission of Murder, is a Monday through Friday establishment, so you just have to come back Monday morning, probably. Everybody knows murder takes weekends off. Let's try and track down these professors. Let's just drive straight to their homes. Back in the car. Linquist first, who wasn't at home when we called him. But maybe that was a lie. Oh, not the phone number. 87. After we wait for a short time, the servant drives us into the salon. He has his own salon? Look at this guy. Dude, the artwork is so good. What's up, Blowfire? Oh, it did finish Robinson's Requiem, yes. It was wonderful. Incredible game. Incredible game. 10 out of 10. Now we're doing some mummy mystery. Richard. Oh, we got his first name too. That's good. That's really good. We got his first name. Richard Linquist. After we had waited for a short time, the servant drives us into the salon. Professor Linquist waits. Can I help you? He asks. First things first, we'll show him the newspaper. He knows nothing about it. Okay, let's just take a look around. We're in the salon of the house. This guy has his own salon. Well, let's just jump right into it. Where were you last night? Were you killing someone? From 6 to 7 p.m. I was at the Institute to lead a guided tour. Oh, we're establishing a alibi here. Professor Richard Lindquist. 6 to 7 p.m. This will be Saturday evening. At Institute. How do you spell? The group. The group had 5 members. Oh my goodness. Alright, we got a whole list of names again. The group had 5 members. Bettina and Hugo Schad. Yvonne Bogers. Carlo Schmidt. Franz Müller. Then I went to the laboratory and found him. But I have told this to the police. Let's make a note of that, yeah. The Atelier Zeno, welcome. Salon's like a drawing room. Okay, okay. Is this like a consulting detective game? I don't know, I've never played one of those. It's a murder mystery. So probably. It's a murder mystery, everything's point and click interface. It's kind of unique. I'm still trying to figure out what the heck. It's very open-ended. There's like 186 different places we can go and visit at any given time. Tons of people we can talk to. The game comes with its own phone book and map of Hamburg in 1912. So I have to like cross-reference the phone book with the map and discover people's names so we can use the phone book to look up their number, to call them, to get different information. Whereas we can also visit them and show them stuff. We're trying to figure out who murdered a scientist who was the caretaker of an ancient mummy. I think. Basically, it started because we were hired to investigate a mummy for sale. Some guy hired us to investigate it because some guy's father, some 30 years in the past, went on an expedition to Africa and liberated the mummy from Africa and took it back to a museum. But then shortly after he returned, well, a bunch of people on the expedition got sick with malaria. They think it might be the mummy's curse. Shortly after they returned to Germany with the mummy, it got stolen and disappeared. Now it's reappeared some 30 years later at an auction house. And we're hired to investigate if the mummy at the auction house was the same one that this guy's father found and stole. And then that's the premise for how the game begins. But shortly after the game begins, we get a phone call from the guy who hired us and says, "Oh, have you read the newspaper? This changes everything." So we get a copy of the newspaper, read it, and it turns out the guy who was the caretaker of the mummy was found dead. So now we're investigating the murder of the guy who's caring for the mummy and seeing if it's related to the mummy's curse and what's going on with all that. I'm still trying to understand what to do and where we are and how to play, but it's starting to come together. Okay, let's ask this guy about all these people that we found. Let's ask him about the dead body first. Stuckroth. Albert, yes. He was a very polite colleague. Why did that happen to him? I don't need to note that. Let's ask about his wife. Stuckroth. The wife is... Where did I put her name? Lisette. 1 S, 2 T's. Oh, I don't know. I don't know the name. We don't know Linquist's representative's name, just that it's Professor Hansen. Although the phone book should tell us. Hansen Carl, Karl. Oh, spelled it wrong. Professor Hansen is a colleague of mine. Oh, thank you. Wonderful information. Okay. The murder investigator, we can ask about that. Vunkton. Otmar. Oh, you don't even know him. Interesting. Ask about Edelbert. Gravelius. This is the guy who led the expedition to find the mummy in the first place so many years ago. I guess we ask about all the names on the tour group as well. Shade. Hugo. I feel like he's not going to know any of them. Oh, jeez. Oh. Nope. Okay. So we haven't really made any progress with him. Did I show him the newspaper? I don't remember. He doesn't know anything about it. Nothing to find here. Hey, where was he Saturday afternoon? Went to the Institute after lunch. Don't need to note that. Saturday morning. Are any of these names in the phone book of the tour group goers? Hugo is. Hugo Schad is at 36. Schmidt is in the phone book. They are at location 52. Muller Franz is at 66. And Bogers, Yvonne. She has a phone number we could call. She lives at 86. Her number is 40715. Okay. That seems good. I don't really have anything else to ask him about, because again, all we can do as far as conversation goes is ask people about other people, ask them where they were at specific time frames of previous days, and we can show objects to them. So I have no more names to ask him about. Let's get out of here. Thank you for your help. Back in the car. There's our meters. We have to manage our meters as well. We have money, which it gets spent to purchase food and fuel. The fork and knife is food. The pitcher of water is fuel, apparently. Petrol for the car. And then just general sleepiness. The fatigue meter. Let's take a trip to... Let's go to Hansen Professor Hansen, linguist's representative and colleague. He lives at 58. See what we can find here. Out of the car. After we've been let into the house, the Hansen couple appear. Can we help you? No photo? No picture? No picture? What? Boring. Oh, dude, the text doesn't even fit in the text box. Oh, sweet. Alright, well, let's ask about everything. Stuckroth. Albert. Oh, what should I say? He was a good colleague. Popular with everybody. He had no enemies. I don't know why anybody should murder him. I, personally, never had any quarrels with him. I don't think we need to note that. Stuckroth. Miss Set. We only met Mrs. Stuckroth briefly, Professor quickly says. Evidently, the presence of his wife seems to be unpleasant for him. Prime suspect right here. Alright. Crime of passion. We've cracked the case instantly. Okay, so we're speaking with Professor Hansen. Carl Hansen. When asked about Lisette Stuckroth, evidently the presence of his wife seems to be unpleasant for him. That is maximum suspicious. Take note. I don't know if we need to note this, because the presence of taking, or the function of taking notes is so we can present our evidence to the murder investigator at the end of the game. Or whatever, we'll just take a note. Who cares? Just take a note. Okay, this is suspicious. So now when we visit the wife, we can ask the wife about Carl Hansen, see what she has to say. Dude, this is pretty cool. Wait, this is kind of cool. I'm starting to get into this now. The investigator, Vunkton. Otmar. Doesn't know the police investigator. Linguist. Richard. I can't spell. What? What? How? Why? What? You are his representative and you have nothing to say when I ask about him? Excuse me. That's strange. I did spell it right. Linquist. Richard. Okay. We'll ask about Robbinsburg. Probably won't get anything, but it's worth asking about. No. It's the guy who hired us. Edelbert. Nothing there. Ask about the names of the people who were on the tour group. I mean, this is quite the stretch here, but you never know. Yvonne Bodgers does have a home address and phone number. None of these other characters have phone numbers, but they do all have home addresses. Oh, not Franny. Okay. Well, let's ask his alibi. Where were you last night? 9 o'clock in the evening, I drove home. Unfortunately, I had car trouble. Did not arrive at home until midnight. Professor looks furtively at his wife and then embarrassed at the floor. Take a note. Left the institute at 9. Didn't make 9 p.m. Saturday evening. Didn't make it home till midnight. Car trouble. He's acting kind of strangely about it. A furtive look at his wife. Furtive is like sneakily or suspiciously. And then embarrassed at the floor. Maybe he was with the dead guy's wife when the dead guy got dead. Oh. Maybe that's why he's embarrassed about it too. This could have nothing to do with the murder itself. This could just be some side intrigue. But I'm into it. Oh, don't read the statement. Get out of there. Okay. Where were you Saturday afternoon? At the Institute. Saturday morning? At the Institute. You shacking up with somebody? Oh, Zerp, welcome. The furtive suspect, so easily forgotten. Yep, it's a murder mystery detective game. A professor at an institute was killed by a mummy. We must investigate. We don't know for sure if he was killed by a mummy or not. I'm still curious to see how this game's going to play the mummy aspect of it. Is this going to just be hardly grounded in reality and there's going to be a rational scientific reason, or maybe there's going to be like a legit mummy curse that's just cursing and killing people? Maybe it's going to go into supernatural. I have no idea. It's very exciting. Let's just go interrogate the lady. Be gone. In the car. Drive the car. Number 1. Out of the car. So this is the home of the dead professor. His wife's at home. According to the manual, Silo, in order to win this, we have to make it to the end of the 5th day. And then we meet up with the murder investigator who presents us with a list of 16, or a series of 16 different questions that we have to answer. And if we answer all 16 questions correctly, then we win. This is the wife. Dude, I love the artwork in this. All these character portraits. After we'd waited for a short time, the servant leads us to the lounge where Mrs. Stuckroth boldly sits on the sofa. What do you want from me? She asks, weakly. Well, I know your husband's dead, but what can you tell me about voodoo? Nothing. Look at the room. Mr. Stuckroth sits on the sofa. In front of her stands a half-empty bottle of whiskey in a glass. What can you tell me about werewolves? Just go straight to the heart of the matter. Tell me about Carl Hansen, Carl. Professor Hansen was my husband's colleague. He dined with us sometimes. Miss Stuckroth timidly looks at us, unsure of herself. We've got the impression that she withholds something from us. You don't say. If the mummy's gonna be somebody's mom, I'd be happy with that. Just somebody wrapping themselves up in mummy wrappings and strangling people. That'd be pretty cool. So I don't really know how we would press her on this. We need some sort of material, some sort of object that we could show to her to encourage her to speak more openly. If we even need to dig into this anymore. I mean, anything's important. The most obvious place to check: the spouse of a deceased. There's all the majority of murders are crimes of passion. Well, let's run through the list of names as well. Stukra, tell me about your husband. Lisette begins to sob heavily. I have no idea who could have done such a thing. My husband was such a good-hearted man. Why? No notes. Von Otmar is the police officer. She doesn't know the name, apparently. It's my husband's boss. I only know him a little. Okay. I asked about Hanson already. Probably won't get anything out of Robbinsburg, but it's worth checking. This guy, nothing. Where were you last night? At home when the police came. I'm curious about something here. I really wish I could pause the game. So her house is in the northwest corner. Where's the Institute of Ethnology again? Institute. Ah, dude. Phone book. I have to cross-reference so many different things. The Institute's at 101. Look at the map. Okay, so the Institute's down here. Her house is up here. Institute here. Where was Carl's house? Carl Hansen? 58. 58. So it took him 3 hours to drive home from work. From here, 101, took him 3 hours to go from here to here. Now, he said his car broke down along the way. I bet we could walk from here to here in under 3 hours. There is no way this would take 3 hours, even with car problems. I bet when he left work the night before, he took a little trip out this way. He went cruising up here to pay a little visit to his honey at number 1. Spent about 2 hours there. Wait, but the police came over after he was murdered. So maybe not. Although, I guess he could have been hiding in the room or somewhere in the house when the police came to inform her that her husband was killed. And then he decides, okay, let me get out of here, and moseyed on back home finally. Because the body was discovered at 10 p.m. Okay. Things are starting to come into focus a little bit. Where were you Saturday afternoon? Shopping. Whoops. Saturday morning. We can't show her the newspaper. Cigarette. We did find this cigarette butt in the office of the dead man. I didn't really get anything here. Really didn't make any progress into this mystery here. Let's go in the car. Running low on gas. Well, half tank. I kind of want to go back to the hotel and use the phone to call some people. It's just all the way across town to get to the phone. It's a long trip. I'm kind of worried about the fuel situation. Where's what's-her-face? Yvonne Boziers is at number 86. That's on the way to the hotel. I'm not sure what else we can investigate at the moment. Old linen cloth found inside the sarcophagus. We can go visit Ethelbert von Gravelius, now that we have a bunch of different names we can ask about. The guy who led the expedition, he's nearby. Let's just pay him a visit first. Very short trip to get here. The creepy old man. After knocking for a short time, caretaker leads us in. The old scientist. Alright, show him the newspaper. Nothing to say. Look at the room. Precious objects from strange cultures, okay. No objects we can take from here. Well, let's start talking to him. Sometimes my memory leaves me. So this is the guy who led the expedition to find the mummy in the first place some 3 decades ago, 25 years ago. I've met Linquist only briefly. He's my successor at the Institute of Ethnology. Oh! Okay. Used to run the Institute of Ethnology. Nah, I didn't mean to ask him about that. Sometimes my memory leaves me. Yeah. If we could find Rudolph's father's name, that might be a new lead we could ask this guy about. We don't even have his father's name yet. I don't think we're going to get anything with any of these other questions. Should ask about the wife. No. Okay. I think this is a waste of time for now. This is probably much later on. We need a reason to come here. We need to follow up the leads that we were given. Let's go. We can just start randomly visiting the people that were on the tour group with the professor? I guess. One of the 5 people has a phone number we could try calling. But they all have addresses. We're currently at 21, which is here on the map. Oh, dude. Well, one's nearby. Carlos Schmidt's at 52. That's really close by. Let's hop in the car. Whoops, in the car. 62. The portal, which is barricaded with thick wooden bars, a wooden plaque hangs, open daily from 8 until 8 during the summer season. $62, right? No, 52. Where did I even go? Where's 62? I don't even know where I went. I read the book wrong. I read my notes wrong. Well, we're at Jungfernstieg. Sure, okay. Back in the car. Made a wrong turn. 5-2. Seems as if Mr. Schmidt expected us, because he's already standing in his door. Why? An apartment that has flair despite being modestly furnished. Anything we can take? No picture for this room. Show him the newspaper. Speak. Where were you last night? After the tour, I went home. Went home after the tour. Okay. We don't need to take a note of that. Well, maybe we do. Where were you in the morning? Here. Where were you in the afternoon? 5 o'clock, visited the Institute as an attendant of a tour. Institute at 5 p.m. and then home after tour. Just run through the freaking list of names. Alright. Stuckrath. Albert. No, I come to know many people being an animal preserver, but it's impossible to know everybody. Okay. Nothing. He doesn't even know the guy who led the tour. He doesn't respond to the name. How weird. Weird. Hey, Bongblade, welcome. We're in a murder mystery. We're doing detective work at the moment. Chasing down leads, driving around 1912 Hamburg. Spent like 2 hours trying to figure out how to read the newspaper. It's a pretty cool game. It's kind of confusing. I already have like a full page of notes here, by the way. It's hard to sort out what information is going to be important and what's just irrelevant. Especially given the fact that we don't know what questions we're going to be asked at the end of the game. So the way the game works is everything's running in real time. Right now it's Sunday the 14th. We have until Thursday the 19th, I think, to solve the mystery of the mummy. And the mystery of the mummy is who killed the guy in the office where the mummy was. Did the mummy kill him? Did somebody else kill him? What was the motive? Etc., etc. Once time runs out, we are presented with a list of 16 questions. I don't know, the manual wasn't exactly clear. But we have to answer 16 questions, and if we get all the answers correct, we win the game. But it's not enough to simply learn the answers to the questions. We have to have evidence to back up the answers, or the way we answer the question is we take note of specific statements from people and then present these statements as answers to the questions given. So that means we do have to find and interrogate specific people about specific things in order to get the correct responses. It's very hard to read this font, but anyway. We also have items we can show as a response to a question. I think it's just that. Is that all the manual said? Show statements in your notebook, show objects, or mention names. That's it. You know, that's a good question, Solo, and that would be worth investigating. If we can just somehow make it to the 5th day. Yeah. Unless we know what the questions are, we're never going to be able to find the right information to answer them. Maybe we should try and work backwards from that. Let's finish interrogating Carlo here. I don't even remember where I was. Ask about the other people in the tour group. Mr. Shaw accompanied his wife at the tour at the Institute. Okay. Ms. Boziers was a leading attendant. Ah, Franny! Dude. Franz. What? This guy knows all the other people in the tour group, but he doesn't know Franz Mueller? Spell it right? Yeah. Huh. Mysterious. Mysterious. Could mean that that character is suspicious. When asked, he knows about Shads and Boziers, but no response regarding Mueller. Okay. Now what we could try to do is just simply pass time and survive until the end of the 5th day to see what happens there. What time is it, in fact? Oof, it's already been 4 hours. I think that would be a good thing to try and learn. So right now it's 1:35 in the afternoon, Sunday, day 1. Let's head back to our hotel. Get in the car. 37. Out of the car. Let's do a save here. This one? File name. Test. I haven't actually tested the saving and loading. I hope everything works. It just says to save the score. The game doesn't mention anything about needing save disks. Did not prompt me to change disks. Okay, we saved. It took time to save. It costs time to save the game. Good. We can just rest? Where's my... I wish I could see my food meter. What happens if I just rest until 8 a.m. the next morning? We'll probably have to eat sometime between then and now, but let's just try and rest until 8 a.m. It's currently 3 p.m. 15 hours of rest. Gotta sit here and watch the clock. You might be starving to death. Telephone rings. Hello? You asked to be woken up? Yes, thank you. Okay, let's hop in the car. It's in the garage. Because it's only 6 a.m. It's not 8. Numbers are hard. Numbers are not real. There we go. Okay, I'm almost dead. We need to go to a restaurant immediately. Oh, I died. So really we need to establish how long we can go without food. We need to establish how late the restaurants are open. Because it seems like we're going to want to try and eat our meals at the latest possible time, maybe? Okay, let's restore. Just have to do some learning about how the game works. Go back to test. Okay. I wish there were... Get out of the car. We can just call the restaurants, can't we? Why don't we just call them?
Vermittlung,
Meatloaf, 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 meatloaf.
Vermittlung,
Oh, scary. 41754. Let's call the oyster.
Vermittlung,
What? 41754. Call.
Vermittlung,
What? I guess we can't call.
Vermittlung,
51880. They're closed. Okay. Well, that one at least gave us a response.
Vermittlung,
51909. Nothing.
Vermittlung,
I just...
Vermittlung.
What? Okay, 63438. This is weird. Why aren't I getting answers? Nothing.
Vermittlung.
96757. So there's a list of different restaurants in the manual. I'm calling each and every one of them. We've gotten a response from one of them. Oh, the second one, Deutscher Krug. Landlord cheerfully shouts into the telephone. Okay, see ya.
Vermittlung.
I don't know what that was about. 61513. Nope.
Vermittlung.
73143. Please call another time. I have to serve now. I was hoping to get the hours of these different establishments, but I guess that's too much to ask. Huh. I mean, we can just drive to a place, get some food, and then come back and sleep for 17 hours. One problem is the fuel situation. What's the nearest restaurant to our hotel? Get the map out. So we're at... we're at 37 here. This is our hotel. 108 is a restaurant. That's all the way over here. That's the Oyster. Zum Gold Angle is at 117. It's all the way over here. 100 is here. 82. It's here. 17. It's all the way up here. 175 down here. 152. It's here. So the restaurants are mostly in like this sort of area. Our hotel's all the way up here. Where's the gas station? 107. The one gas station in town is here. Which is right next door to the Oyster. So we can just drive to the gas station and then the Oyster? See if that works, maybe? Since I'm at the phone... Oh dear. The Amiga is too much. 40715. This is one of the ladies that went on the tour. Bozier's Yvonne. Bozier's, good day. Bill here. If I could ask some questions. I don't give any information. Interesting. Do we even have enough fuel to make it to the the filling station? Okay, we do. Out of the car. Now I don't have enough money for food. How do you manage... Oh, dude. How do you manage your meters? Why is gas so expensive? Freaking 1912. It should be like a half a penny for a gallon. Gas should be free. They should be paying me to fuel up. Why did it take all my money? Can we get some more money? Let's go visit Guy and see if we can get more money. Rudolph Robensburg. What's his address? Why didn't I write it down? Robensburg's address. 84. We're at 107 on the map. Where's 84? Oh, that's pretty close nearby. We could probably walk there. My leg hurts me again. Oh yes, the weather. Tell me, are you making progress? Very interesting. He slips us a banknote. Okay. Okay, what's the money situation now? Go back to the car. Boom, full money. Okay, so whenever we're out of money, I think we just need to pay him a visit. And we'll get full money again. Okay. Now, what up? Fill her up. Okay, let's go get some food. Alright. That makes sense. If that's how it works, then that's good. It's reasonable. It makes sense. When money's gone, we visit the money man. He gives us money. Fuel takes a lot of money. Food probably takes a little money. Let's go to the oyster again. Let's go have a nice meal at the oyster. 108. That's just nearby. It took us 1 second to drive there. Have a nice oyster meal. We're accompanied to our table by an assiduous waiter. We order steaks. We go to the oyster to eat steaks. I don't know if I would make that same choice, but hey, maybe they have really good steaks. Modernly furnished. Can we take any steak home? Put it in the pocket? Take any oysters home? We can talk to the waiter. But really, until we get a reason to, I don't see any reason to talk to the waiter. Let's now see if we can survive sleeping to the next day. I just kind of want to gauge what happens as time progresses, what the different newspaper stories are, and see what the quiz is like at the end of the game. So let's head to our hotel now. We're just going to go full Slovin mode, full Slob mode. We're just going to sleep and eat, and then visit the money man, and then sleep and eat, and then visit the money man. I guess we'll get a newspaper on each subsequent day as well. Back to the hotel. Okay, so we can't take our car out of the garage until after 8 in the morning. I guess we should see how late we're allowed access to the car as well. That'd be important information to learn. So it's currently 3 p.m. So let's nap until... Let's sleep for 4 hours. So now it's 7:30 p.m. Okay. Do I have access to my car? I do. Okay, let's wait till 8 p.m. There might be like a 12-hour window where we don't have access to the car. Okay, it's past 8. We can still use the car. Alright, we're just doing tedious testing here, but this is going to be very helpful in the long run. I gotta wait for it to load every time. Okay, let's wait another hour. Well, past 9. We can still get in the car. Okay. I might be able to sleep in the or pass time in the car and not the hotel room. Another hour. Okay, it's past 10. The car's in the garage. Okay. I think we can establish 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The car is inaccessible once you arrive at the hotel. We could obviously still do some nighttime traveling from place to place around at night, but once we visit the hotel after 10 p.m., we can no longer leave the hotel by car because it's locked in the garage. Okay, let's rest now that it's past 10 until 8 in the morning, so we'll do a little 10-hour nap. We could go for morning walks, though. Like, we don't have to walk around or maneuver using the car. There's other means of locomotion. Okay, day 2. Let's hop in our car. Our meters are fine. Oh, cool. Let's go get a newspaper. Monday morning, 2 newspaper kiosks. We visited the one across town to get the Sunday paper. Let's go to the one nearby, Muller. It's just at 93. We could walk to get the newspaper. Let's do that. Get out of the car. Load the hotel room again. Oh, Mr. Robinsburg called. Wants you to phone him back as soon as possible. Well, he probably wants to talk about the newspaper again. Okay, walk to 93. That didn't take very long at all. The beer hall is closed. Oh, it's a beer hall. Why does it say Kiosk Muller, but it's a beer hall? Alright. Back to the car. We do have to drive across town to get the newspaper every day. Get in the car. Travel to 29. It doesn't take too much time to travel here. It's kind of annoying that we have to come here every day. Help yourself. The Monday paper. Okay, let's use the Monday paper. Oh, disc 3. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, the same newspaper graphic. Oh, come on. Okay. Bottom half. Another break at the Institute by Gert Baumann. Within 2 days, the laboratory of the Institute of Ethnology was once again the scene of crime last evening. As the police reports, the unknown burglars invaded the room which witnessed the murder of Professor Stukrath 52 hours ago, and destroyed the mummy which was still there. The police can only guess the reason for the senseless deed. Destroyed the mummy? You can't destroy a mummy. That's how curses happen. Zeppelin for Marine by Dieter Berg. Statement implying the new military plans include the acquisition of airships is affirmed by the fact that 3 naval officers are posted for training to Frankfurt for 4 months. Could not be determined as yet. There is a connection between the murder and the break-in of last evening. Oh, this is a continuation of this article. Okay. Very mysterious problem. Check the top half of the paper. Same. Check the bottom half of the paper. Same. Oh, dude, how confusing. The first newspaper we find has multiple different articles to read based on where you click on the graphic. The second newspaper has one. None of these are giving me different articles. Okay. The mummy has been destroyed. Disk 2 back in. Why would you destroy a mummy? What did that mummy ever do to you? So it's Monday, 8 p.m. There's a lecture at the town hall. There's also laboratory hours we could use today. I don't have anything to laboratory. I don't have any reason to use the laboratory, nor have I rented it in advance. This is pastime. Just pastime. Just ignore pastime. How do we survive passing time? Let's head back to... Let's go eat some food. We can just go anywhere. Let's go to Deutscher Krug. It sounds like a fancy place. It's at 17. Main entrance. Oh, it's locked! Wonder if we can only eat at the freaking oyster. Go back to the oyster. 108. Boom. Full food. Okay, we need money, so let's go visit the money man. $84. The mummy's destroyed. We failed. Okay, we got some more money. Done. Not even gonna bother talking to him. Let's just go back to the hotel and sleep till the next day? 37. So we spent about half a day doing literally nothing. So let's spend the rest of the day sleeping. Tummy's full. We might have to eat again before we go to bed for the night. So we should probably wake up before the garage closes, go get a meal, and then come back and sleep some more. Let's sleep till 8 p.m. Let's sleep till 6 p.m. That'll be about 8 hours. Telephone rings. Okay, get in the car. I'm not even hungry yet. Just sleep. Go back to bed. Back to bed. Alright, let's just sleep till 8 in the morning the next day. It's currently 6 in the evening. We're gonna get 14 hours of sleep. Boom. Gaming. Here we go. Alright, it's Tuesday. Telephone rings. Alright, let's go out to the car. I'm not even hungry. I had sleep for dinner. Everything's fine. Let's go get the new newspaper. 29. That's all we're going to do. We're going to check the newspaper. If we need to eat, we'll eat, and we'll go back to bed. I'm just seeing what happens at the end once our time runs out. It's the ultimate goal here. We're in scientific research mode. New newspaper. Change discs. Oops, click the mouse button. Oh, same picture. Terrible ship accident in the Atlantic. Giant ocean steamer sunk. Any survivors? Oh, now it's the Titanic. The massive passenger ship, the British steamer Titanic, which was on its maiden voyage, has rammed a swimming iceberg at the coast of Newfoundland and sank several hours later. While there are some who say that all passengers could be saved, which would prove the far-reaching effect of modern security installations on ships. The Herald's press reports the death of many passengers. King George of Britain will be steadily informed of the state of the accident. Wilhelm the Emperor sent condolences from Corfu? He expresses his deepest sympathies for the British people. The chief inspector at the White Star Line has opened his investigations. Ship movements today, Prince Albert from New York. That's probably also the mummy's curse. Yeah, the mummy cursed to the Titanic. Oh! Professor A. Stuckroth is dead by Dr. Karl Obst. Who's this? Okay, the name's not in the phone book. Professor Dr. Albert Stuckroth, certainly one of the most famous sons of our town, is no longer with us. This news, incomprehensible for all who knew him, reached us early on Sunday morning and spread like wildfire all over the town. Whatever unlucky circumstances proved to be his undoing, he died a senseless death. He left an emptiness not only in his family, but in all who shared the grace of his friendship. That's nice. A letter to the editor. With this letter, I want to express my indignation about the way you reported about the murder of Professor Stuckroth. A serious newspaper like yours should attach importance to itself. Oh wow. What if this is the killer? What if this is written by the killer? Okay, Titanic. Alright, just the two articles. Well, I think it's about nap time. Get the disc back in. I've had a hard day's work. I think we should probably go take a nap. I'm not even that hungry, really. Just out of caution. We'll go refuel. Boom. We'll go get some more money. I can never remember the number. 84. And then we can just go sleep until the next day. I hope we have infinite money available to us. It certainly seems like we have infinite money available to us, but maybe there's a limit on the amount of money that we're given. Back to the hotel. We don't need to eat. We might need to eat when we arise from our 19-hour nap. So it's still in the morning, a little after 9:30. Mr. Robinsburg keeps calling us. Well, whatever. We'll call him.
Vermittlung.
We'll call him. 54243. Come along, tell me how far you've come in your investigations, and have a break. Visit a concert or something. This evening they're going to play Mozart, I believe. See you later. Interesting. We don't have time for the opera. We don't have time to go see high culture nonsense. We must sleep. I'm worried about my food meter. Okay, let's do a save here. Replace the test save. Hey, Kafka, welcome. Can only save 4 game positions. Well, that's my second one. Okay, we'll do test 2. What? I only saved once. Why? Make a list of the saves. Test Lab 2, Test 21, and Test 25. I did not make those saves. Erase. Erase. Oh, we did finish Robinson's Requiem. The game was incredible. I had a tremendous time playing it. I kind of want to play the sequel. I think I need to sort out. My computer should not be struggling this hard to play Amiga games from 1988. I think I need to probably do something about that. What was the last one? Test 25. Yeah. Okay, now it's taking in-game time managing our saves, by the way. Now we'll create a new test save. So I'm just worried about dying. I'm trying to simply run out the clock and see what happens at the end of the game. And then we'll wrap things up for the day there. But we're just full scientific exploration mode. Just running out the clock. Okay. So now we should be able to sleep. It's just past 9 for 23 hours. Oh no. That's too long. We can't sleep that long. 20? Nope. 12? Ah, we can do 12. We'll do 12 and then 11. Well, this brings us to 9 at night. I guess I should take this opportunity to check my meters so we don't starve. Oh, we're perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Get out of the car. Turns out you barely burn any calories. You don't use up much energy if you just sleep. You don't need to eat too much when we're not doing anything. Wednesday. Okay. So 8:30, so now the car is available. Let's go read the new newspaper. 29. Like, look at the mouse cursor, how laggy that is. It's a bad sign. I already have 4 objects. Oh dear. 4 objects is the maximum inventory. Okay. Well, we don't need that or that. We don't need these old newspapers. Who cares about them? Wednesday paper. I hope this guy deletes these. Just 3. Hundreds of deaths at sinking of Titanic. Greatest ship accident of all times. Friedhelm von Gummersberg. All the arriving wire reports confirm the dreadfulness of the catastrophic, although certain the catastrophe, although certain information is still missing. The report that all passengers of the first class are among the saved appears to be unconfirmed. It's feared that this is the greatest accident that has ever happened in the history of navigation. Corpse found in port. Again, Hamburg was the scene of a murderous crime. Police report that an unknown masculine corpse was found in the port basin after a tip-off reached them from the public. The investigating inspector Vonktin states that no missing person's description fits the corpse. The Commission of Murder has received relevant pieces of advice. Oh, dude, another body. The mummy. It's gotta be the mummy's curse. Okay, there's just the one article. Yep. Alright. Incredible new developments. Let's head back home and take a nap. Let's go sleep for 23 more hours. So we're certainly going to have to solve that corpse, or that mystery as well. And maybe that's the impetus for us to start diving into the river, or the harbor. In the car. 37. Out of the car. Probably going to be a phone call here. Don't call him back. Sleep for 12 hours. So Thursday, 6 p.m. is when our time runs out. I don't know if the game will just automatically stop then, or the manual kind of implies we have to meet up with the inspector to report to him then. So it's 9:45. We can do 11 hours. We'll do 10. Cars in the garage. Boom. Straight to the newspaper, man. Daily routine. Drive across town, pick up a newspaper. Oh, dude, he's got all the old ones still. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Whoops. Helps to click. I wonder if we need to go to the dentist's ever. War in the underworld. The murder series in Hamburg continues. Last evening, the corpse of Paul Siebel, a business employer of shady fame, was found in an old bag on the old building site on widow Rosa Young's estate. Some word I can't read, 27. That's the address. 9:00 p.m., the widow witnessed the appearance of two suspicious-looking men who quickly unloaded a sack from a handwagon, and hastily left the area. She alarmed the police, who then made the terrible discovery. It can be assumed that Seibel is the victim of a quarrel between several owners of the amusement business. From the fact that the corpse was transported on a handwagon, the police know that the murder took place nearby the house. Holy smokes. Okay, I'm going to write down this name. Thursday newspaper tells of a killing of a Paul Seibel, business employer of shady fame. Corpse was found at widow Rosa Jung's estate, 27. Okay, so there's two more names there, plus the address. Kaiser at Corfu. The Greek royal couple have now arrived at the Emperor's in Corfu. Royal Princess Sophie attended the reception. Alright, good stuff. Disc 2. So let's now go have a nice meal, nice steak meal, and then go back to our hotel and sleep and see what happens. Travel to the Oyster. 108. Delicious steak. So it looks like there's no like half measures when it comes to refilling your meters. If you get more cash from the guy, you get full cash. If you get more fuel from the pump, you get full fuel. If you go get a meal at the Oyster, you get full food. So in order to maximize efficiency, it would be best to wait until the meters are lower before refilling them, I presume. Back in the car. Hotel room 37. So 6 p.m. The manual says at the latest at 6 p.m. Thursday evening you must visit Mr. Robinsburg. Commissioner Vontkin will be there and will ask you 16 questions which you must answer. So let's save. Test 2. I guess we can just head to the guy. Let's just head over there now and see if we can do the quiz. I'm hoping that he'll ask all 16 questions so I can at least write them down so I can kind of guide my investigation on a future replay. And I hope it's not just he asks one question. If you answer correctly, he asks the second one. If you answer wrong, you die. I hope it's not like that. Let's go pay a visit to Guy. 84. The Money Man. Okay, nothing. So it's not the evening yet. We probably have to wait until evening. The latest 6 p.m. So we'll wait till 4 p.m. Boom. And go back inside. Go to the car. Go back inside. He's not alone. In the living room, Inspector Vontken from the Murder Commission is sitting. Bill. Ravensburg introduces us. Inspector Vontken is here because of the mummy affair. I've called him because I am of the opinion that I can contribute to the solution of the problem. The inspector believes to be near to the elucidation of the case. What about your little inquiries, Bill? Have you reached any definite conclusions yet? Is this one of the questions? Y.N. Why? Oh, yes. Inspector Fontkin looks at us when we claim to know the solution to the riddle. A few seconds later, though, the stunned impression of his face is replaced by a malicious grin. Well then, I'd like to ask you some questions, with your kind permission, to make sure that you know more than I do. A fabulous idea, Robinsburg shouts. I burn to know the background of the horrible events that happened last week. Insert disc 3. Oh dear. Maybe this is like Laura Bow, the Dagger of Amun-Ra, where you're quizzed at the end of the game. If you get the quiz questions wrong, you get gunned down in the middle of the night. Whoa! Look at this! What did the burglars want on Saturday night in the Institute Ethnology? No question. Mummy. So again, the only way we can respond to these is by showing an object. We can only have 4 objects in our possession at any given time. 4, we can show an object, we can give a statement which we have recorded, or mention the name of a person. So let's mention the name of Stuprath Albert. These suppositions are incorrect according to our investigations, grins Van Kuttington. You shouldn't try and play the detective. Oh, no. I'm stuck. You... Oh, okay. Can I try again? I can't seem to do anything to get out of this screen. It might be loading. Maybe I'm impatient. It would appear as though we're just stuck. Well, that's unfortunate. So we have to answer 16 questions correctly with supporting evidence. Not even necessarily with supporting evidence, just answer them correctly in order to complete the game. You have to answer the first question correct before you even know what the second one is. So we can't really use that foreknowledge to guide our investigation, which I understand from a gameplay perspective. from in-universe perspective, it wouldn't make any sense to do it this way. It's gonna make it a lot harder, though, to solve the mystery. Alright, cool. Well, now we know. I can't click anything. Like, no, the buttons just simply do not work here. Nothing's happening. You shouldn't try to play the detective. That's what happens when you pretend to be a detective. We lock up your computer. Hey, Dr. CDCS, welcome. Yeah, we finished that a couple days ago. Wonderful game. Incredible game. Fantastic game. I really like Robinson's Requiem. I think we're going to pause it here for the day. I already have an entire page of notes for this game in Notepad. See that? We're going to need to have a lot more than this when all is said and done. I probably am going to want to find a better way to format these notes. This is a spreadsheet game. We're going to have to start filling out a spreadsheet, create timelines of events, travel times from places to places. This is going to be pretty cool. I wonder what the mini games are like. The manual says there's arcade sequences. Not arcade sequences, action sequences. That'll be our reward for getting that far. Alright. Cool. Good stuff. Let's pause it here for the day. Let's wrap things up. My computer is dying. It's suffering. It's suffering. Let's pause the timer. I'll just close the Amiga. Thanks for watching. Mystery of the Mummy. Very interesting game so far. Very slow pace, kind of just a relaxing little adventure. A detective adventure. I'm guessing everything's just going to be played completely straight. Realistic. There's not going to be a curse. There's no mummy. It's all just going to be men and the evil that they do. That's my guess. I don't know. I could be totally wrong about that. It took a while to get started. It took a while, like 2 hours to even find the newspaper. But now that we know kind of the flow, the structure of the game, we kind of have some guidance, some guideposts we can work off of. Cool. I'm excited for this. We'll keep playing it. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll wrap it up here. Hellender, welcome. Yeah, we're just finishing up. It's a very interesting game. Very unique adventure game. I like it. Maybe we'll experiment with a couple different versions. It might be easier on my computer. And I know this is insane to say, but it might be easier on my computer to run the DOS version instead of the Amiga version. Because the Amiga is quite taxing on my poor hardware. But anyway, I'll deal with that. Thanks for watching. Let me find somebody to raid. I gotta get out of here. We'll plan on playing this again tomorrow. Big mummy weekend. Yeah, we'll just do some more detecting, investigating, researching. I'm into it. I think this is pretty cool. I like this so far. A nice relaxing adventure where everything's moving at real time at all times with no way to pause is perfect. It'll be nice. A cool little change of pace from the madness of Robinson. Who's on? We got a lot of people streaming. Yeah, that'll do it for today. Yeah, the survival mechanics too. They seem interesting. The survival mechanics seem like they're very kind of half-baked, to be completely honest. It just means you always have to schedule in pit stops, basically. My very rough understanding of how it works so far is it just means you have to schedule in pit stops to the one gas station, a restaurant, and the Money Man. Just visit each one of those once per day and you'll be fine. That's easy enough to deal with. I have not played Gateway, no. I want to. I think they look fun. I've never played any Legend game. I'm slacking. I play weird stuff like this instead of the popular, well-known stuff. Someday I'd like to get to them. But you know, there's an endless sea of bizarre, strange games like this out there, too. So who knows what I'll get to. Yeah, thanks for watching. End of stream. Done. Let's raid. Who's on? Good. My computer is really lagging. Like, it barely runs. I click the button and it takes a second. We're gonna raid Duke. We're gonna raid Lord Donuts. Take care. Adios. See you all next time. Farewell. Bye-bye. See you. Did it work? I don't even know if the button got pressed. I think it got pressed.